Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, November the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses will let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, William. Okay, guys. Well, I had a tremendous pre-market trade for me, IMTX. You guys know that I love to see these. It was a little more expensive than I'm used to, but these bios that release phase 1, 2, and this was a phase 1A release. It popped all the way up to $17. I didn't get it quite there. The spread was a little tough at times, but I got it right around this area here and rode it about a third of the way down, and I didn't hold on. This is basically almost going back to zero, not to zero, but to where it closed yesterday. So that was the IMTX. Tremendous pre-market trade for me. Haven't seen one like that for a while. Lots happening, guys. There is a ton of things happening. I'm going to concentrate on a couple of some of these shorts, that maybe the all-day shorts as we call them. Take a look at the NVTA. NVTA is an earnings play. They're all earnings plays. You can see the big gap down on the daily chart. You can see underneath on the monthly chart, this has room. I'm not saying, I have no idea if it's going to keep moving down, but definitely this is a candidate perhaps for an all-day short. Another one, though I've seen it has popped a little bit, was the AMRS, another earnings play, AMRS. You see the gap down after hours, has popped a little bit. And then the other one was ARVL, and this was still kind of sitting right here. So again, big gap down after hours on earnings, and now it's sitting here. And again, when I look at these, all I'm doing is I'm looking left to see where could they keep going before they hit some resistance or some support, of course, when we're shorting. And so, you know, all three of them have some room to run. Again, where they're going to go, I don't know, but we'll just have to wait for the market to open. Now, there are a lot of things on the upside. Laser, LAZR, I guess NVIDIA chose them to be their partner. And so, but it is faded quite a bit. You know, it got up to $27 and it's down to $23.80 now. So it's faded quite a bit from the pre-market highs. That is for the laser, LAZR. Riot and Mara, my goodness, Riot, I know had some news. I think they committed for $56 million. They bought 9,000 Bitcoin mining machines. I was actually surprised to see Riot down here where because, you know, when we used to follow these, when they were really nothing, Riot was always way ahead of Mara. I know Mara's up in the 80s now. Mara is still running. There must be some kind of a difference between what they do. I kind of lumped them all together, but obviously Mara's the leader. Riot is half the price. Every day I say INOQ. Every single day I say IONQ, and today is no different. IONQ. It's a tough intraday trader, but man, oh man, it just keeps going higher and higher. Quantum computing. Speaking about quantum computing, I saw this QUBT. It popped up and then came right back down. I guess they're among the 3 finalists for some kind of a contest to do with BMW and AWS, Amazon Web Services. So it got really, I mean, look at the volume that came in and then it just got pounded right down. I did not do that. In other words, I did not pound it down. EVGO, this is one from yesterday. Super strong again this morning, EVGO. And press release with General Motors in it. So EVGO, still strong. Big gap yesterday along with most of the other EV players. And now further, I don't think it had any, I may be wrong, but I don't think it had any specific news yesterday. It was just rolling along with the rest of the EVs. But today it did have some specific news with a press release with General Motors. Now, Zach, you may want to cover your ears. I know INO did gap up. Let's see if it's holding its gap. FDA allowing them to go to a phase 3 study, and this is a virus play. Now it has pulled back quite a bit. It was up to 748, back down to 7. Here's another one, just got absolutely lambasted. The one that the dentists all love to hate. SDC just got absolutely pounded down, and they're guiding very poorly for the next quarter. So it's not all about what they did in this past quarter. They're actually guiding very poorly for the following quarter. That is SDC, Smile Direct. NEWR, man, there's a lot of action. NEWR is an earnings play, I do believe. More expensive one, release earnings after hours, all-time high now, NEWR. This is the other one. If I didn't mention this one, I think it's down on my list. VLTA. No, sorry, I'm wrong. VLTA, the gap up. It is an earnings play, November 10th, post-market. So there it is. There's a reaction. Not a big reaction, actually. You really do too much post-market, but pre-market, bit of a gap. Keep an eye on this LIDR, a cheap EV play. I don't think it's an earnings play on the 11th. And big, had a nice day yesterday. Over 6, look left, look at the room it's got. 920, EV play. Uranium. I'm going to take a look at the uranium ETF, URA. I'll take a look at some of the individual stocks, but there's uranium, just moving again. Had a big day yesterday, quadruple U. I think this is up this morning. Yeah, this is up this morning, as well as UEC. I'm sure Cameco CCJ is up. So uranium is in play today. Come on, there we go. Talk about a thumping here, though. EV play. Westport, WPRT, just got thumped on earnings. Look at this, big gap down, 13%. Not following along with the rest of the EV players. Had a day yesterday, yes, it did have a day with the rest of the EVs, but now reality setting in, and look at this earnings gap down. Zynga, ZNGA is an earnings play. It is up, at least it was, yeah, it's up. Release earnings, again, that's that mauve area. That denotes our after hours action. Release earnings after hours. Tan area, rosy area right there is the pre-market. So this is still up 8%. Well, here's your answer, guys. OCGN. Somewhere people were asking about OCGN yesterday. Earnings play, gapping down on earnings. Not that I think anybody expected big earnings from them, but anyway, it is gapped down, OCGN on earnings. Remember last week, Triple D was running last week ahead of, I think it ran on this day, Stratasys, SSYS released earnings on that day, or maybe it was this day, and Triple D, same sector of course, 3D printing, was following suit, wondering what would their earnings results be like. Well, right now the market is saying no bueno. So down 9%, almost 10%. Lots of room underneath. Lots of room underneath. I get it now, Zach. Compass, okay, CMPS, yeah, I do see that it's an earnings play. Also, they had some news. Geez, primary goal, but it's an earnings play. It popped up after hours. I'm sorry, popped up pre-market and then it is dropped. We have it on the 18th, but so maybe they just. But it's also they released some. Achieve primary goal mid-stage study for depression therapy, but the market's not is not taken to it right now anyway. LMND is another. There are a lot of earnings plays. I'm surprised this week we've got a lot of earnings plays. Still have 600 companies releasing. So another one, LMND, Lemonade. Lemonade released earnings. This is a fairly recent IPO back here. If you're looking at DVD is a buyout. I know it's up 57%. It's a buyout. DVD, you can tell it's a buyout. Well, how can you tell? Flat line right across here. So it is a buyout. Speedway Motorsports to acquire Dover Motorsports for $131 million. Trip is another, boy, there's a ton of them. Trip is another earnings play, and I think this is a gap down. This could be another one of the, potential all-day shorts. It's got some room down. Well, maybe not. It looks like it's got some decent support in this area. I remember one of yesterday's darlings, PPSI, just collapsing here. PPSI. Really looking at this one after hours yesterday, but it didn't do what I wanted it to do. So here's another one, guys. I mean, actually, it's the wrong one I'm thinking about. But anyway, Canaan, I think this is a Bitcoin play. CAN, coming into the 200-day moving average, getting closer. I was thinking of CANO. See if it's holding. I think it's an earnings play. It is an earnings play. CANO has some room. Looking left on the monthly chart, 1364 is the next high. But on the weekly chart, I see 1322. So this has got some room. It's got some room. Well, I'm going to just quickly look. I mean, there's so much action this morning. I'm going to quickly look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. And see if we have a lot. Yeah, we have a few upgrades, so let me get them in. And AMC, I know released earnings. I'm hearing it, and when I say I'm hearing it, it's text to voice starting to move down on earnings. AMC, of course, one of the major meme stocks. Real, I don't know if Real's in the room, but Real is also an earnings play. The Real is an earnings play, and it was gapping up. Tons of them. DDD is moving down. I keep hearing that text to voice. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I got the downgrades in now. What I'm doing, there's some downgrades for SDC. My DDD is still moving down. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Now let's take a look to see what the sectors, the major sectors are doing in the pre-market. Get an idea. Right now the market is kind of flat. The SPY is up just a little bit. But let's take a look at the major sectors. I know I explain this every day, but these are the major sectors. So I always look at energy first. It's usually always kind of interesting. So what you're seeing here, so this is XLE. This is the major ETF for the energy sector, and these are the stocks that make up XLE. So what the 70% means is that 70% of them are up from yesterday's close as we speak. nothing dramatic. So that's what those percentages refer to. So for instance, technology about 50-50. Financials only 27% are up. Healthcare about 50-50. Discretionary about 50-50. So nothing really standing out other than financials, really. Financials are, right now, as we speak, are the weakest sector as we speak. Now that can change, of course, once the market opens and we get into the day. But right now, financials are the weakest sector for whatever reason. Okay, let's see. And as usual, I mean, I know I talk about INOQ every single day because it keeps moving up every single day. It's just a difficult intraday trader, you know. I always find that it can go up $3 but drop $2. And, tomorrow it'd be up $3, but then during the day it drops $2. It's just one of those ones that you just either have to commit to as a long-term hold. But it has just been on fire. In two weeks and 2 days, it's more than doubled. Harry, I will agree, there are dental benefits. I mean, yeah, with the aging population, teeth are so important. But I agree. If anybody's had any dental work done in the last little while, you know how expensive it can be depending on what you're getting done. Okay, let's see. 922, anything sneaking in? I didn't mention, I don't know if I mentioned I think I did, the RBLX. Yeah, I did mention. ADER, I don't think I mentioned ADER. ADER was a real flyer. Back here, it was I think it was one of the meme stocks. So it is an earnings play today. ADER is an earnings play, ATER. Now this one I'm just seeing here now, KPLT, Catapult. KPLT, another, man, a ton of earnings plays. KPLT is an earnings play. Well, let's look at AMD. Another move higher. Wow. I remember the days when AMD was just considered a joke. No more. Mired down here. I mean, granted, this is 5 years ago or so, but still. I have Sava, just thumbnailed, kind of an interesting one to watch, and I'm watching Sava as it's moving, again, off that 90 mark. ATER, ATER. What's the float like in this one, ATER? Yeah, it's a low float, 25 million in the float. The memers got a hold of this one. I remember this. Got it all the way up to 20 before it came tumbling back down to 6. Okay, Joe, why not go long stocks that fall? Okay, go ahead. You can figure out where they're going to bounce, yeah. NAKD, I saw something about that after hours yesterday. Is it an earnings play? No, it's not an earnings play. Yeah, I have just a little distrust with this one, but got up to what, $1.05. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, the problem with a day like today and even yesterday, you get so much activity that you can spend all day clicking on different things all day long and get nothing done. That can be a real issue. I mean, there's just so much activity in the right now. Somebody asked, what's the deal with LAZR? Well, just read the news. Deal with NVIDIA. Yeah, I do see, look at Cano, KSK, CANO. This is actually earnings pre-market. Okay, CANO, Cano Health. ARVL, guys, is starting to slide here. Again, I may break a rule. I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes, but I want to see what happens with this ARVL. Takes out 14. You don't have to follow me. Again, I typically do not trade in the first 15. I'll try to let things settle down a little bit. But I have been taking some early shorts in some of these. One minute to the open. Thank you, William. All right, everybody. Well, let's have another great trading day today. Look at the VLTA. The VLTA popping. No specific news on it. It's just a matter. It's an EV play. Now this is coming into. I mean, it's still got room. I mean, look up here in the daily chart. 13 are the next level, so it still has room if it wants to keep running. And we are 10 seconds from the open. We're now open. All right, so early morning ones. Of course, we've got the Ater is Ater, ATER earnings play. Some of the ones that were up in the pre-market are starting, but we're starting to fade or starting to bounce a little bit. LAZR, you can see what it did. It faded, but starting to try to stabilize here. LAZR. And we have our first halt of the day. SURG surging. We have our first halt of the day, probably first of many. Look at this one. Holy smokes. Look at this, guys. 2.5 million in the float. Look at the daily chart and look left. Wow. This could be this could be today's PPSI. Maybe not as dramatic as PPSI because it looks like it's got a lot of resistance around that 6 level, but you know, we're at 364 right now on a halt. Again, it is early. Yeah, this halt on this SURG, this could be really interesting. Give me a moment here. All right, this DCPH, keep an eye on the DCPH. This was a great short-term trade for me yesterday, but it's now above yesterday's high. Of course, it's got the massive gap to potentially fill. I don't expect it's not going to fill this gap. Remember, horrible news a couple of days ago. A little bit of a bounce yesterday. All right, guys. Well, I mentioned the ARVL and the AMRS as two potential ones right off the bat, and there they go as potential shorts. All right, well, there it is, guys. There's the ARVL. $14 break. Look at the SPYs. Big move for the SPY right now. Look at Sava, guys. I mentioned Sava just before the market opened. Look at Sava really giving up 90 now. Yeah, easy to borrow at Interactive Brokers anyway. I'm getting a lot of running downs, my gap downs running down. There's another earnings play, I think. Yeah, Lemonade, LMND. Here's another one, excuse me, CMPS. Excuse me. All right, Surge just opened. Excuse me, just a minute, please. Again, guys, lots of activity in the first 15 minutes. Lots of activity, of course. Wow, just so much happening. Well, look at this, guys. I mean, the trip is now also moving down. Oh man, Surge is surging, guys. SURG. This, as I said, this could be today's mini PPSI. I think there's going to be a lot of resistance, maybe around that 6 level. But look at Surge, and LAZR is really giving it up. LAZR really giving it up. And you're right. A lot of these ones that were flying are really starting to give it up. ARVL. Hallelujah. Okay, a little summation of what I've done, guys. I took a little loss on the AMRS. I got a little greedy. Okay, I shorted that AMRS, a little bit of a loss on it. You know, the surge, once it came out of its halt, looked like rested around that 370. Decided to take a chance on it. I've traded some out, and the ARVL is the one that I really wanted, and it has worked great. Again, this is a little bit different for me because I never ever used to take trades in the first 15 minutes, but I've kind of changed my tune on these shorts especially. Yeah, the AMRS just, I mean, it looked good for a bit, but now, my plan on the surge, I'm all out of it now, but my plan on the surge is let's see if it takes back 4. And I have an alert set up here, right around that 4 level. Only because look at the float, guys. 2.5 million in the float. Anything could happen. It already kind of did, but look at the volume. I mean, it's traded the float all not quite double. All right, wish. I know this was a big memer before, and earnings. Big float, 372 million in the float. So there are a ton of shares, but no question about it. It is putting on a pretty good move here. Look at AMRS right back down now. Sugar. All right, guys, keep an eye on the surge. You know, I'm not telling anybody what to do, but obviously just keep an eye on it. I mean, look at it. Over 4 again. Takes out that high right there, and it could start to move again just because of the float. Because of the float, and when you look left, the next high looking left is almost at 6. Somebody was shorting Palantir, PLTR. Another one is moving down on earnings. One of the meme stocks. Look at QUBT. Oops, what happened here? Okay, surge is still teasing at that 4 level. SURG I'm talking about. Keep an eye on the surge, guys. I mean, it takes out that 410 level. It could just start to rip again. Drop down below 4 again. Not for everybody, okay? Especially if you're new to trading. You know, that float though, 2.5 million. This is what gives it the juice, because only 2.5 million in the float. Meanwhile, LMND, now this is coming, maybe, look, anybody looking for bounces, there's a LMND. Looks like it, I mean, there's an interesting support level. I'm not saying it's going to hold it, but look at LMND right here on that daily chart, 60.78. We have one there, one there, one there. So three areas where it could hold. Well, it's a booster because there's only one way. Somebody asked, why is the 2.5 million float a booster? Because with that low of a float, there's only one way a stock can go up 100%, 200%, 300% in a day, and that's the float. So that's the supply of stock that's available for trading. So if there's demand for whatever reason, earnings or for whatever reason, and you know, there's, again, I can't see any specific news on surge. But look, I mean, it's traded 6.9 million, 2.5. It's traded the float 2.77 times right now, okay? And it actually does have some news, okay? It clips 15,000 customers. So, I mean, there's a little bit of news in it, okay? But because of that low float and high demand, that's when you can get the crazy moves, that's all. But you've got to be awfully careful. You've got to have a stop. You take this, as a new trader, you don't take very many shares because it can just, as fast as it can go up, it can go down as quickly. So just be very careful. LFST, okay. Now there's LFST right there. Yeah, another earnings play. Man, I mean, it's got no support. Why? Well, it's an all-time low. Look at that. Position in the lifetime range. I mean, it's 12% below. I mean, I know that doesn't make sense, but trust me. This is an all-time low now, and it's... I look at the spread. A little bit of a tough spread. An AMRS. Now, what I look at QUBT, guys. QUBT is really bouncing off those, off the lows. What's the float? Yeah, it's a fairly low float, 20 million in the float. And we have, this is on the way down. No, it's not. It's all right. PETV, it got halted and it just resumed. Of course, this was a huge one yesterday, actually for the last 3 days. Wow, AMRS. Okay, guys. I mean, knocked me out the first time. Oh man, AMRS. So as I said, these are the two that I was really watching, AMRS and ARVL for quick shorts right off the bat. So I got knocked out of the AMRS for a small loss to begin. Got back in around that 960 mark, and I'm still in the ARVL short. The other one that I was really looking at, let me see, I mean, there's just so many. The NVTA was the other one I was looking at, NVTA. And what is it doing, NVTA? Yeah, I mean, that would have been a nice one also. And I'm still eyeballing the SURG if it takes out that 410 level. Okay, that's what I'm looking at, the 410 level. Why? Because they're the two topping tails right up here, in the 5 minute. If it takes it out, I'll definitely be interested in it. And you got to be, you almost have to be watching it because I mean this could pop so quickly because of that float. But again, this is not for everybody. Meanwhile, Palantir, PLTR, congratulations on that short. Somebody was talking about shorting that one. I know I said I would try to, get involved in some of these 10-day daily breakouts, but the shorts are just so awesome, guys. You won't short. I don't know what to say. Hi, Joe. I'm watching the surge, guys. Again, you don't have to do what I'm doing, but all right. Well, surge did not take out the area I wanted to. Not yet, anyway. So let's just reset that alert. Meanwhile, IMTX, this is, I forgot, this was an awesome short for me in the pre-market. I wish I could say I got it right at the top here, and so, but not quite, but my goodness. You know, if you've been in this room long enough, you know that I have a real strong desire to short these ones that release, these bios that release phase 1 or 2 data in the pre-market. There's a flurry of excitement, then reality sets in, and people go, oh, wait a minute, it's only phase 1. This is a phase 1A. It's gone negative. I would not have predicted that, but thoughts on EVGO? Well, don't know what more to say. Obviously it's an EV play. It's selling off. A lot of the EV plays have sold off. It did have specific news today for it, but you know what? It's just selling off. I really can't add anything to it. But it did have some news today with a GM, General Motors press release. On volume, Benjamin. Okay. So if I get the price alert, I'll click on it. I'll check the chart immediately. And if it didn't, for instance, if I got this SURG at 411, but the volume wasn't anything to write home about, I would wait on it. So it's all about the volume. I need to see a volume surge also. No pun intended with the surge, but. So yeah, it's not just about taking the trade just because it hits my price or the alert. It's a matter of, okay, now I see you. Did you do it on volume? Yeah, and sometimes it'll fly so quickly. I won't be able to get it where I want to, but that's just the way it is. Now, QBT is a strange one. QUBT, they had the news in the pre-market. It popped all the way up to 9. Came all the way back down to 6. That's a tough one. Oh, man, AMRS. Only thing it did to me was that it popped a little bit. Got back up to the 980s. All right, guys, you see QUBT just showed up in my option scanner. Which was on absolute fire yesterday. So let's see, the alert was at 882. Let's see what happens. Let's see if it takes out, there's the pre-market high. Let's stick an alert around 899 and see if it just races through that. The next high looking left on the monthly chart, 947. So it's a little bit of resistance there perhaps. But remember, it's a fairly low float, 20 million in the float. Okay, so when you asked, do we have an historical simulator, I can go back on an alert window and history, and I can pick the time frame I want to go back on. It goes back about 3 months, okay? Just to let you know, it's not going to go back 3 years or 10 years, but it'll go back about 3 months in an alert window, okay? Well, if there was ever a case to be made for why we wait, look at the QUBT. You know, I was waiting to see if it would take out that pre-market high, and it did not, so I was waiting on it. Now look what it did. Okay, let's do something fun in the simulator, okay? I'm gonna look at the surge. Getting ahead of myself here. I usually do all this around 10 o'clock, but let's take 300 shares. I'm going to say, listen, if it breaks, say 414, I want to take it at 414. This is in the simulator. Okay, I'm going to click the buy button, and you'll see a blue. So if this gets up to 414, no, well, the surge, not the QUBT. There, you see the blue line right here? Now, so you just notice I just did that. I just placed a simulated trade. Somebody asked, can you do simulation trading? And I just did it, showing what I did. When you say what time frames do we support? Well, I mean, our charts, I think it was one. I don't know what you mean exactly by that. I mean, our charts have 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, daily, weekly, monthly. So I'm not sure I know what you mean by that exactly. There's the NVTA. So that was, you know what? The trifecta would have worked awesomely this morning. If you were in the pre-market with me, you know I said I have three that I'm really interested in shorting almost from the get-go. The three were NVTA, AMRS, and ARVL. Now the only one I got knocked out of the AMRS for a small loss, got back in it, and I'm still in the ARVL. I did not take the NVTA, I just had too much going on. I wish I had taken that one. We don't have 15-second charts, no. Boy, this surge is so interesting. It's like it just wants to, but sorry guys, I'm just sort of fixated on this surge right here. I'm just, I'm watching the time and sales, watching what's happening. And you'll notice boy, it's just bopping around this area. All right, notice it took the trade here in the simulator. Okay, it took the trade in the simulator. I wanted to show you how you can do that. Now, if I don't like it anymore, you know, I can flatten the trade, get out of half my trade, or I can double my position. Of course, as always, you know, I'm way ahead of myself here, but as always, when you take a trade, you have to have a stop. Or at least I have a stop. You know, where I'm going to get out of the trade if I don't think it's working. You know, what I usually do is I size up the chart, see where I think there's a support area. And if it gets down to that support area, I want to be out of the trade. Just got to be careful on it. Running down, running down. I'm hearing AMRS. Yes. Just popped up a little bit, but the ALKS is the one that's running down also. ALKS. ALKS. Triple D, boy, look at this one. Another one that is just sinking on earnings. Triple D sinking on earnings. Now, you would think that there might be some support right around here, around that 27.31 mark. Okay, look at the daily chart. Okay, TSLX. So what happened yesterday, I was demonstrating again how you can take a trade on a pullback. I must have left this in overnight, that's all. The TSLX, that's why I took that trade in the simulator. Sorry guys, I'm just watching a couple of things here. Yeah, but maybe they guided poorly moves. Somebody saying actual earnings is 0.08 instead of the expected 0.2. But you've got to really read. I didn't read the earnings release, but maybe they guided poorly. If there's room, abundant. If there's a lot of room, looking left. So all three of those had that. The AMRS, the ARVL, and the NVTA. So when I see an earnings play, and you know, some of them were at an all-time low. Well, yeah, there's only one in the option scanner for me today, and again, we waited. Well, I hope people waited anyway. Yeah, look at the SPY. I mean, the SPY is, whoo, that's a big drop here, guys. And Zach, somebody pointed out, maybe China real estate woes pouring over. All right, keeping an eye on the QUBT as it's trying to hold 8. I mean, it did have very interesting news this morning, QUBT. Oh, Yalla. Here's another one that just showed up in the option scanner, guys. Yalla, Y-A-L-A. And it actually is an earnings play. YALA is an earnings play. And let's see, looking left, what do we see here? So, I mean, 10 may stall it. You know, that's a big psychological number to get through. Yeah, I don't think Surge, I don't think it was shortable for me. No, it was. Son of a gun. Well, the shorts are covering. There's only 10,000 at Interactive Brokers. Only 10,000 shorts available. Now, all right, I'm watching this QUBT to see if it takes back 8 a little bit later on. Meanwhile, the market continued. Look at this. We've had 30 minutes now down. All right, QUBT reclaimed 8. Briefly. Man, what a choppy day for some of these stocks, guys. So here's another one that is moving down, coming right into the 200-day moving average, IMMP. Yeah, this is a very choppy day, guys. I'm looking at a lot of my thumbnail charts that are just been chopping up and down, up and down. No, I'm definitely interested in the QUBT if it takes out that 8, maybe 20 level again. Because again, the news is interesting, and it's a fairly low float, so that's the reason. And it did show up on my option scanner. I mean, way up at 882. So there's definitely there's definitely interest in terms of the abnormal option activity. So just have to wait and see. Yeah, terrible. So he asked my thoughts. I mean, I have no thoughts. I mean, I saw move way down in the pre-market. It's down 31%. Enough said. And I can't even remember if this did it on news. I mean, this was an EV play, but it was such a low float, 4 million in the float. So I mean, I can't even remember if it had any specific news. It may have, but did that justify it going up to 12? Probably, of course not. But OCUL. Okay, so looking left on the daily chart, 796. So you're looking at this as a potential short, right? November 8th, pre-market, or sorry, post-market. So released earnings after hours yesterday. No real, well, there was a reaction actually to drop. Market open though, pre-market, kind of muted, and now it's starting to take off somewhat. Next high looking left is 796, so it may really struggle to get through 8. Yeah, not really. I don't really follow what the rest of the guys are doing, the rest of the traders are doing, trade ideas. Okay, ADT, okay. Yeah, so it's too close to 8 for me right now. To me, there's a lot of resistance right up here, the monthly chart, so I wish you well on it. I guess Hertz opens today, right? HD, well, not an IPO, just kind of getting its listing back. Rover, what do you do? Pet care. Cool, okay. I always like to see things involved with pets. All right, guys, I'm out of everything now. I've covered absolutely everything. Covered my shorts, so I'm total cash now. Waiting on maybe the QUBT later on in the day if it gets back over 8. But just a lot of choppy. Look at the Yalla. I mean, the Yalla came in my earnings, or not my earnings, but my option scanner at 938. popped up a little bit. I mean, listen, if you could have got it at 9:38, but it was too quick. Boy, another one, PRTY. I mean, Party City, another one that is just getting kicked on earnings, down 18%. All right, CMPS on the way down still. Some support, maybe a couple of dollars away. $1.50 away. Yeah, he comes in he comes in usually later in the day. Larry, you're talking about real? Come on. Catch up to the bid. Talking about the CMPS guys. Look at that ask, 34.80. Oh man, guys, I mean, I know a lot of you don't want to short, but holy smokes. This is one from yesterday. The CNEY got hammered yesterday. China. And it is continuing down now. Oh, okay. Are they getting it? Did I see the news that ADT is getting into solar? Yeah, I see that. To buy a solar panel installer for $825 million. Okay. Yeah, I do see that now. Oh, man. I hope somebody hopped on that compass. The only problem with the compass was the CMPS. It was the spread was a little bit tough, but wow. I know I said I try to go along some of these ones on the daily breakout. It's just hard when you see all these short opportunities. All right, what is this one doing? IS, what are you doing? So for the surge, this is my last look at it, and just see if at some point it can get back up to this level. All right, guys, 10:20. So this is typically when I start talking about trade ideas in general. Jeez. Okay, wow. If you're new to this room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen and live on the mic. And as always, I start off with a link to my homepage, a lot of information on my homepage. All right, so in the main trading room, as I call this room, this is the main trading room. There's a tab called Barry's homepage. So my link is available there all day long. Here's the link right there. So when you click on it, this is what you'll see. So here is a promo code you can use right now for 15% off, first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas, and I'll show you how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans, annual, monthly for premium and standard. So the big one, premium annual, is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a bit. You don't have to start off with a monthly plan. Do not take out an annual subscription if you don't know this product, okay? You can always start off with a monthly. Standard is $118, premium is $228. The 15% discount can be applied to the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. There are 3 free sections in my homepage. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. And all the education is here. Most of it is just relevant to trade ideas. We have a big user guide now, very comprehensive user guide. The introductory lessons, if you're brand new to trade ideas, really encourage you to take a look at this. Goes over all the basic features. What is a top list? What is an alert window? How to create them? Single stock windows, the AI, and Brokerage Plus. So a lot of information here. Daily support session. So I moderate a YouTube room at the same time as this one. I do take a break at around noon. One of the other traders takes over. Today is Tuesday, so it should be Michael Noss. If you have a lot of questions about using Brokerage Plus and even maybe automating your strategies and things like that, Michael Noss is your man. He'll be there between 12 and 1. So before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in if you do want to head over between 12 and 1 into our YouTube room. Daily webinars. So today is Tuesday. So this week we're on the Monday-Wednesday cycle. So there's not a webinar today. Next week we're Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all here. And this is what I mean, back to basics. So this has nothing to do with trade ideas. Michael Noss put this together. This is a great little series and a great introduction to trading. If you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. Look at pets. Yes, pets, P-E-T-Z. And then the other section of my homepage, my scans. So you click here. This is a sample layout. It's not exactly what you see here, but it's a layout you can have. Yesterday, my option scanner was absolutely cooking. Today, well, it's a choppy day. So I'm waiting on the Yalla. But it just only 2. We had about 15 or 20 alerts yesterday. Only 2 right now. So that sort of shows you the type of day it is. A lot of other scans that I'm sharing. The 10-day daily breakout, the 10-day daily breakdown. A lot of other scans that I'm sharing here. Okay? So you obviously have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas. So a lot of information in these 2 links right here, or 2 sections right here. Save my link. Save my link. Then you can look at all this whenever you want. So what is Trade Ideas? What we are is we are a scanner. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. This is an example of a scan. If you want to build your own scans, this is how you would start. You always start off with some filters, okay? In this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between $2 and $35. Current volume is 6, meaning it's trading at least 6 times normal up to this point of the day, plus these other filters. And then if these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. So you can see why you start off with filters, because if I were just asking for new highs of the day, I would be inundated with alerts. Okay? So you always start off with filters to kind of get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. In fact, I might even up the filter requirements in here because I'm feeling I'm getting too many alerts. Okay? I may let it run one more day and see what happens. But so if you want to make your own scans, what we have done is we have created many alerts. When you see these icons, these are the alerts. And when you see these icons, these are the filters. So you do not have to learn a programming language to use Trade Ideas. You do not have to learn all these alerts and filters. Why we've created so many is that, we have thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So we've tried to give you as many different alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to create their own scan. But of course, you don't have to learn them all. Watching the compass here, guys, the CMPS. Now, we also, if you don't want to create your own scans, if you click on New from our toolbar and click on the Dock Channel bar, you'll notice that these are all channels. These are all themed channels. So for instance, if I went to the Momentum channel, this is an alert window that has been created. And so for instance, if you right click on it, click on Configure, you'll see what it's looking for. All right. Now, if you like what this is looking for right now, fine. But if you wanted to make a change, of course, you can change anything from my scans too. You might look at that and go, well, I don't like that price range. So I want to make it between 10 and 100. I click on the summary, see how it's changed. Now, a word about this. When you make a change in the channel bar, if you remain on the channel, the changes remain. But the minute you go off to another channel and then come back, your changes that you made will not be retained. Why? That's because these channels are for everybody. So the fact you want to make a change to something doesn't mean that that's what everybody else wants. However, typically, if you want to start building your own layouts, but you don't want to, start your scans from scratch, your alert windows or your top list windows from scratch, you can take this one as an example. If you liked it, you save it to the cloud. You can make a change if you want, volume, price, whatever you want to do. Save it to the cloud. Then you go to another window, another channel, swing ideas. If you like this one, you can take a look at this, the squeeze break. If you like what it, maybe click on a few alerts. You might see kind of what it's looking for. Right click, configure. Again, you can see in the summary what it's looking for. If you like it, you can save that one to the cloud. So all I'm really demonstrating here is that you can go to the various channels and take a look at what we've created. The action is heating up right now. Maybe you like that one. Save it to the cloud. So if you've extracted, some some scans from the various channels, then you can bring them back. You can start creating your layout from all those scans. File, load from cloud. If I'd save them to the cloud, I'd see them right up here. I just load, highlight, load, highlight, load, highlight, load. Again, I'm going over this really quickly. I'm just trying to show you the concept, though, that if you don't want to create any scans of your own, we have created a lot for you. You can always make adjustments, but you don't have to always start from scratch. Now, this is what the AI looks like. This window right there, never mind these two. This is what the AI looks like, okay? So, for instance, AI took a short, suggested, here's our entry, 913 for AMRS. There was your stop, huge stop. And here it is right now, starting to work, okay? This is one I took, not from the AI. I did this on my own. But how to watch the AI? I would do this. I would, from our toolbar, I would click on New, and then AI slash Holly's strategy trades window, the trades window, and just wait for the alerts to happen. There is no video to show you how to use it, okay? It's not going to tell you, okay, if you get this alert, then this is how you trade it. How you trade these will be up to you. I use it like a watch list, okay? That's all I do. I don't take every trade, of course. We don't believe in auto trading it. It's like a great watch list, though, for the day. Yeah, you can. So, Joe, your question was about auto trading. Okay, first of all, you can create your own alert. Okay, you can create your own alert window, and then you can auto trade it if you want. I would absolutely recommend you do it in the simulator first. Okay, you can practice in the simulator to see how it would work. The back tester, you need if you want to auto trade anything, you need our premium service. If you want to back test anything, you need our premium service. Okay? I'm going to put a link in here. It's going to show you how to do all that. Because I'm going to talk about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. I don't know if you've looked at the Brokerage Plus. If you've seen this before, this link. So if you haven't seen this, oops. Okay, if you haven't seen this, take a look at this link, okay, Joe? So the first link, oh, you have seen it. Well, if you watch that second video, what is your question then, really? Because it goes over it. I mean, if you have an alert window, or scan that you've created, you put it in here. That video shows you how to do it. Load it in here. Then you can turn it on. Yeah, well, you turn it on. You just turn. I don't think you should watch the video again, okay? Because it really goes over it all. If I create a scan, I put it in here. Okay. Really, watch the video. I know it's long, 26 minutes, but it's got a lot of good information. And then once you have it in here, then you just turn it on. Enable the strategy. Okay, you enable it. Now it's on, and then it would auto trade according to the rules you've set in here. But you've got to watch that video. The reason I say that is because you may have one question, and I could answer it. Then you can have another question. I could answer it. Most of everything is covered there. Now, if you want to stick around also till noon, okay, if you want to stick around till noon in the YouTube room, you're in the YouTube room, so if you can stick around another hour and a half, Michael Noss will be in there, and he's a big auto trader, okay? And so you can ask him all sorts of questions. I don't want to say he's a big auto trader, but he does a lot of back testing. Okay, so, but before you would auto trade your strategy live using real money, use the simulator and just see how it would work. I cannot emphasize that enough. Well, I mentioned the ALKS earlier on as a potential short. Another, no, it's not an earnings play, but I'd love it to go long, guys, but I just find that what I find is typically the ones that you go long on, they do things like this. They get these big topping tails, and then, I mean, you can still be in this trade. I get it. You can still be in this trade. What I find about the shorts, though, is that they seem to be in more of an orderly fashion. Not every one of them on the way down. Sure, do they have little pop-ups? Yes, of course. But I find them a little more orderly than the ones that go long, that all of a sudden have the big surge and then they drop. I find them just a little more difficult to stay in the trades. Whereas I find the shorts a little more orderly on the way down. All right, what I want to do now is to talk a little bit about, I already put the link in. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, of course E-Trade of course offers free commissions. So if you have an E-Trade account or an IB account, you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Yeah, so we don't have a relative volume spike at all. Mainly the 1 minute volume spike. Okay, well, we don't have a way of looking for a relative volume spike, but 1 minute spikes. Yeah. I was asked what would I look for on a volume spike, and usually it'd be the 1 minute. So again, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. The Brokerage Plus link that I put in earlier, the first video, there are two videos. The short video shows you how you connect to either IB or E-Trade. And the second video, a lot longer, goes into a lot more detail about how to use this window. Okay? Only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, Brokerage Plus is not available. Okay? And now, the other huge use of this, again, if you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, practice trading using our simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data, okay? So it doesn't matter who your broker is. Let's say I wanted to take this trade. I always like to show the simulator in action on a pullback. So let's just say you wanted to take this LIDAR trade, LIDR, but you don't want to take it right now, but if it pulled back to say 623 or 620, you want to take the trade. So you pick how many shares you want to do this at. Let's take 400. I'm going to put 620 in both boxes. I'm going to click the buy button, and you'll see a blue line will appear on the chart. Excuse me. And it will take the trade if it moves back down to 620, okay, on a pullback. A lot of people like to do it that way. They like pullback trades. I'm not a big pullback trader. I'm more of a momentum trader. It's not that I think there's nothing wrong with pullbacks. It's just that, I try to concentrate just on the momentum plays. I don't want to get too overwhelmed with looking at all sorts of different types of strategies. But, absolutely nothing wrong with pullback plays, of course. Now, at some point, if I didn't like this anymore, if I thought, you know what, I don't want to take it anymore, I just have to go to the orders and I can just right click and cancel it. Now, I'm going to take a trade. I want to talk a little bit about money management. Okay. So this is for demonstration purposes only, okay? Let's say I wanted to take this APTS. It's a spread. It's a 5-cent spread. It's not terrible. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy right at the market. Again, it's probably going to get me in around 14.11, 14.12, there it goes, 14.12. I'm going to put a stop. When you start trading, unfortunately, not every trade is going to work. So how I trade is I always have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade. Notice it says, is that right? 14. Okay. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to modify that. I'm just trying to make the math easy. Come on, change. There we go. Okay, so what I did was, so notice my entry was 14.13. Again, I'm just showing the mechanics of what to do. I put a stop at 13.93, which happens to be 20 cents away. I'll explain why I did that, or why I did that. So again, when you get into trading, how I trade, I always have a price where if it hits that price, I want to be out of the trade if the trade is working against me, okay? And because they're not all going to work. But I try to manage I'll always manage my losses. I always want to have a manageable loss on any trade I'm going into. So in this particular case, in the simulator, I'm always risking approximately $100 every trade. How much you're going to risk will be dependent on your account size. If you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm always demonstrating a $100 risk. In other words, if the trade works against me, the most I want to lose is about $100. You notice it says minus 97.50. So if you're saying to yourself, okay, great, I kind of get that concept, but how am I going to know where to put a stop? Well, that's why you have to practice. How I do it, I usually size up on a chart where I think there's some support. If it broke down through that support level, I want to be out of the trade. Others may take the low of the previous 5-minute candle or the 15-minute candle, or maybe if it hits a moving average, something like that. That's why you have to practice to get comfortable how you are going to place your stops. So once you get comfortable in placing your stops, figuring out, okay, I think this is a good stop level, that is going to share size you. I don't take 500 shares a trade or 100 shares or a set number every trade. What I do is my share size is going to be based on the difference between my entry price. Here in this case, it's 14.13. My stop is 13.93. I wanted to put it 20 cents away to make the math easy. If I'm risking $100 on the trade, then the difference is 20 cents. I divide 20 cents into $100. I get 500 shares. So, there's some quick math to do along the road. That's why you practice, practice, practice. So again, real important concepts. Placing a stop, then that difference between your entry and your stop will share size you, depending on how much you're willing to risk on the trade. The next concept is really, I should always mention this first before I say anything else. You should always look for reasons not to take a trade. You should have some kind of a checklist that says, you have to be able to check everything before you take a trade. Now, most of the things are already checked for me based on my scans. So I always, I know it's going to be in my price range. I know it's going to have at least the minimum volume I'm looking for. I know it's going to have the minimum relative volume I'm looking for because that's what I have already built into my scans. So when I get an alert, then what I'm really doing is I'm checking to see what sort of room does it have when I look left on a monthly, weekly, and a daily chart. If I see that a stock still has room to move, then it becomes a really great, strong candidate for me to take the trade. Also from the pattern. I don't want to take something, even if it has a lot of room, if it had, 10 straight 15-minute candles up, obviously very extended, I'm not going to take the trade. So that's where, the practice comes in. So I'm sizing all this up pretty quickly. What is the pattern it's coming from, and looking left to see what sort of room it has. That's because I'm a momentum trader. Virtually everything I'm seeing is near the high of the day. I don't have to worry about stocks that are going to have intraday resistance, or of course if I'm shorting, the stocks are near the low of the day. So the tricky thing now though is once you start trading is to obey your stop, because when you start trading, and I don't care how long you've been trading, but especially when you're new and you get into a trade and you've been able to check everything and it all looks wonderful. It maybe was on earnings and earnings were great. The room is excited about it. The pattern was great. There's lots of room. Guess what? Even the best setups in the world, they still don't work all the time. So the ability to obey your stop is critical, because a lot of times you'll start to second guess, well, maybe my stop was too tight because this is such a good looking trade. So instead of allowing you to be taken out of the trade for a manageable $100 loss in this particular case, you start letting it drift down. So now you're down 200, now you're down 300, now you're down 400, and then you finally give up and sell, and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. I mean, it's hard. It can be really, really hard to obey your stop. And one of the worst things that can happen is not obeying your stop, and you're down 200, and then it bounces, and then you start making money, and you go, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop. Of course it's going to happen. But I can just tell you, out of a lot of experience, I obey my stop 100% of the time. I don't look back. What can happen is the setup that was so good earlier can happen again, and I can always get back into the trade. So that's it, guys. That's a lot about money management, stops, placing trades, practicing in the simulator. If you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to trade money live, okay? Your real account. Just forget about it. You have to be able to make money in the simulator. The only problem is that even if you can make money in the simulator, there's no guarantee you will make it once you start trading for real. Because again, the emotions come into play. Sometimes discipline flies out the window. Easy to, obey everything when it's not your real money. So that's why we're saying practice. All right, I see that VUSI showed up in the option scanner. So what do I see when I look at VUSI? I see 1439 is the next high looking left. So right off the bat, it came in the option scanner at 1408. That kind of blocks me from, being really super interested about taking the trade. Because I look at that daily chart and I say, well, that could stall at that high. That's not that far away. So I'm not as interested. Now listen, we've seen this many times where it just will blow through that. But that's why I'm a little reluctant to take a trade like this, even though it came in my favorite scanner. Now, these are hotkeys, by the way, in Brokers Plus. If I want to get out of a trade, I just highlight the trade. I can flatten it. That gets me out. I can get out of half my trade, or I can double my position. Okay, these are hotkeys. I like to see the today's profit, max P&L, and the distance from the exit price. I like these columns. Why? You'll see later, you see the max P&L right now. I mean, it's no big deal, but what if that max P&L said $500? What that would mean is that at one point when I was in this trade with 500 shares, I was up $500. Now, what if I allow that to turn into a $27 loss, which is telling me right now, okay, that's what today's profit is. Well, that's obviously would be a horrible way of trading, allowing a $500 loss to turn, or gain to turn into a loss. So these right here are good gauges to tell you, well, how good are my exits? Exiting is tough. It's really, you're especially if you're in a big, nice winning trade, and it starts to move against you. How much do you take off? What do you do? Well, that's where the practice comes in. All right, guys. Oh man, I wish I was in this Alex short. This has just been yeah, a little bit choppy, but especially here. Come on, let me just do a reset connection. There we go. Okay, so there is a specific reason for the Alex move. I thought maybe it was an earnings play, but it's not. Johnson & Johnson moves to end some royalty payments to Alex. Okay, so Hive, yeah, Hive, Canadian crypto play, Hive. Choppy though. Look how choppy this is, even in the pre-market. Market opens, goes all the way back down to underneath 5. It's come back up. Yes, it is halted, but this is halted for news. So we have to see what's going to happen here. So this is not, obviously, I looked at this and why is this halted? Most of the halts we see are volatility halts, but this is not a volatility halt. This is a news halt. So we just have to wait to see what the news is. No, I don't think it's available yet. I don't see. Usually it'll show up in my IB headlines. I don't know where there's a place where you can actually see what the news is going to be. Nothing to do anyway. I mean, you just have to wait for the news. A lot of times when the news hits, it won't open. You might say, you might see the news and then it might say, and we'll start trading at a certain time. So just have to wait now. Yeah, it does work, Sarah. You have to run both in simulate administration mode. But if you want, this is the script that I usually give. It usually works. Give me a moment. I just have to find it. Okay, so Sarah, I'm going to put this, you're an off topic, I'm going to put this in tech support, okay? And I think if you follow this, it should work. Okay, I'm just going to put that in tech support. AGC, I think, actually had an upgrade this morning. I don't know if it's taken effect. I guess it has. I think it had an upgrade this morning. No, I'm sorry. It was not AGC. It was AQB. Starts with an A, 3 letters, but wrong symbol. We have a swing channel, David, but look, swing trading, day trading, whatever label you want to use, it's a mindset. Okay, so for me, anything I'm seeing here as an example, I mean, I could look at pets and go, wow, okay, it's got room left. I could, if it closed well, I could make up my mind. I'm just using pets as an example. If I want to swing trade it, okay? But we do have a swing trading channel. Yeah, the admin is not for okay, I just want to clear up why I put Becca and William on admin yesterday. The reason I did that is it's not so much to highlight the trades they're looking at. It was just to help me out when I'm not in the room. Okay, in case some spammer came in. So I wanted to give them the ability to delete posts and things like that, okay? And maybe if somebody's getting off topic and I don't see that, just get people on topic. That was the only reason. That's why I know Zach. I don't want to put him on min. I don't want him. He doesn't have any time to do stuff like that. I think Beckett's got all sorts of time, and William seems, can do that also. So that's the reason I put them in admin mode. So it's not a matter of following people, who are putting out. I know Zach obviously is a great contributor to the room in terms of trading and all. I would never ask him though to be admin to monitor it, in case somebody is, again, when I'm gone, spamming the room or worse. And I think you guys have been around enough knowing what I'm talking about. So there you go, no mod for him. Okay, he just said that. So that's the reason, okay? The reason, yesterday I had to take a longer break than normal, and Real wasn't in the room at the time, and so that's why I had to kind of scramble, because I cannot leave the room completely unmoderated. It's a free room, and anybody can come in, and again, when things are free and things like that, it can bring out the absolute worst in idiots out there. So anyway, get back. Nothing else. I mean, the question was, what websites do I use in addition to TI and Briefing? Briefing is just something simple for me, okay? Because they deliver those upgrades and downgrades to my email at 10 after 9 every morning. So it's very simple for me, okay? That's it, for my briefing involvement. But I have Interactive Brokers, and I find that their headlines are excellent, okay? So I'm always looking at the Interactive Brokers headlines, okay? But other than that, I don't look at any other website. I mean, the odd time I'll check, when we're questioning maybe a float value, something, and we're getting different float numbers, I might go to other websites just to do a check. But in terms of looking at something all day long, just trade ideas. Good morning, Real. Yeah, Petro, I don't know. I mean, he doesn't want to be highlighted like that, though, so I have to respect his wishes. Okay, sorry. You can't get. So the question was, how do we get trade ideas to work at 4 a.m. Eastern Time? You can't, okay? It's a question we get asked all the time. We're trying to work on increasing. You see, the issue is that our servers are working all night at updating everything, okay? And the routine doesn't stop till about 7, just before we actually start getting our live data. So there's no way to get the data before, technically 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. The charting doesn't start, but alert windows and top list windows start working at 6:45, and then the charting kicks in at 7. So there's no way to get it, Antonio. Meanwhile, AGC, wow, what a run. Okay. So this is a SPAC, and I guess they are looking to take over a company called Grab. Is that right? Where are they? Where is that news? Or maybe I'm wrong. Just a second here. So here's your news. It says it completes the largest SPAC merger in history with Asia's big. Okay, I'm sorry. So this is yeah. Grab. I was right. Okay, so there's a very aggressive price target put on this, obviously. Oh no, well, no, Antonio. We get our data starting. Look, I'm on the West Coast, so obviously I'm not going to get up at that. The fact that we only start getting our data at 4 in the morning my time. That's fine. I get it. People on the East Coast, if you want to get up at 4, like me, I guess and people around the world. I do get the fact that it would be nicer if we had data starting earlier. But so the question is, with the IMTX or IMT, sorry. So with the IMTX, the question was, well, how would I? Well, we're getting our data here, so that's where I shorted it. Not using yesterday's data. We do have pre-market data. It just starts at 7 a.m. Eastern time. Just give me a moment, please. You make me laugh. You make me laugh. Becca. I don't know why I had myself on mute. So what I was talking about is my stops are the absolute worst I want to do on a trade. Okay, so in this simulator, I put 1393 on this APTS trade. Okay, but if I see this drifting down, I just don't like the way it's trading, and looks like there's volume is just drying up. There's no more enthusiasm. I always reserve the right to get out of a trade earlier than my stop. The stop is just the worst I want to do in a trade. So PES, yeah, just okay. I'm sorry, resumed earlier. Sorry. So Hive is still halted because of news. Let's see if we can get some news yet. I still don't see any news. All right, Kindy's starting to show up here. Wow, I mean, this is an earnings play, guys. And again, an EV play out of China, almost an all-time low now. I mean, look. You're going to see a lot of EV plays that have these giant green candles yesterday when EV was the rage. I'm not saying they're all going to show this, but this is an earnings play. But you'll see a lot of the EV plays will have candles that look like this. And now look at this huge reversal, but on earnings. And here we go. Down 16% after business reset hurts EV parts sales. Q3 miss. All right, Grumpy, I think you're getting a little obtuse. The reason this is not, again, the mods I put for Becca and William, not because of trading. I just know that they're there all day and they can help out if somebody comes in and spams the room. I needed somebody, if Real is not around and I'm not around, somebody I know is there all day long, who is pretty diligent, who can take a look at a post and, as somebody spamming another room, or worse. And I gave them the ability to delete. It's got nothing to do with trading, okay? Yes, log in as an administrator. I think for both. Yes, Sarah. Yeah, I don't see any. I don't see anything wrong with it, Grumpy. Look at Bitcoin, BITO, another choppy one. I'd like to see what Mara and Riot are doing right now. I'm sure they're sinking. Now look at that. I mean, Mara at the pre-market, it was right up here, 83, drops down $10. I don't know how anybody swings these. Yeah, nice aggressive price target of $50 for AGC. All right, let's stick an alert up here. Look at BI. What's happening with Bitcoin, guys? Anyone want to give me a price for Bitcoin? I mean, there's a serious drop here, especially with a Mara. Yeah, so the SPY is dropping, yes. You know what, Grimpy? I'm almost at the end of my line with you. I'm serious. I mean, I know you. A lot of people find you amusing and all that, but I'm almost end of the line. Okay. Still 66. Okay. You're talking about like a gradient right here, real? Like on BITO as an example, with its green up here and red down here. Okay, so what this is every time you click on an alert. So let's just say when I clicked on the alert, it was 4270. It was 42. They're saying right down there is your stop. Okay, a smart stop. Okay, I mean obviously it's just a guide. And so that's why it becomes increasingly redder as it approaches the smart stop. And then up here is a target. Notice it says minus 100 and plus 200. It is just a 2-to-1. So if I took this trade right here, they're saying, okay, you can, as a guide, you can use this as a smart top. And up here, as it gets greener and greener, there is a target. Target is just double the difference between the entry and the stop. Okay? You know what, Grumpy? She gave an opinion. Okay, she didn't say take this trade. I don't take. I never say that. Okay, I never say take the trade. She's giving her opinion about the short flow percent. That's all it is. Okay, so either relax or I'm just going to have to turf you, man. Like I don't understand why you get so into it like this. Yeah, Vuzi still though, again, I know it came on my option scanner, but I'm a little concerned about that looking left over here. That's Johnny. I'm asked about INOQ. I say this every morning. It seems I say INOQ pops, but it really is it's a difficult intraday trader. No, I really no other opinion on it other than I wish every time, every day I seem to say INOQ popped, INQ popped, but it's a difficult intraday trader. Now, as a swing trader, it would have been awesome. Two and a half weeks ago, this was a $10 stock. Yeah, there it is. There's your news for Hive. Okay, as expanded Bitcoin production of one added, whatever that is, exahash per second. So it hasn't opened yet. So there's your news for Hive. Let's see what happens. It's a little bit like what Riot did this morning. I mean, Riot's news was spending about $65 million on, I think, 9,000 Bitcoin mining computers, and that popped it up. But look at this. So this is the news right here. Okay, Hive blockchain sees expanded Bitcoin production, etc., etc. And that is $100 million bot deal. Okay, so that's really the news. I mean, that's really the news, I guess. $110 million private placement financing to expand its Bitcoin production. I have to put QUBT almost on my no trade zone right now. It keeps kind of teasing, but yeah, it's certainly not a low float, 344 million. Okay, LIDR is still kind of interesting. The reason why, look left on LIDR. Look at the room it's got. Let me shrink this daily chart just down a little bit here. And what did it get up to? It got up to 649. When you look left, 664 is the next high looking left. After that, 740. I'm not saying it's going to get here. I'm just saying it starts to look more and more attractive when you look left and you see stocks that have a lot of room that can run. Absolutely, Linda. Ask the questions. Well, when I talk about looking at the float, I mean, my main focus is not, to be honest, it's not so much on the short float percent, whatever that, even here in the surge. When you look at the float and you see 2.5 million and you see a stock that's running, and yeah, it had a little bit of news, but I mean, the only reason I focus on the float at all is because most of the things that we see will probably have a relatively low float because most of the things that we see are really running. I mean, this is only up 23%, but we've seen stocks that are up 100, 200, 300, 400%. There's only one way that can happen, and that is if you have a very low float. Now, my definition, personal definition of a low float will be anything under 20 million shares. That is a personal definition. That's not a Wikipedia or Investopedia definition. Okay, that is my personal definition. If a person is used to trading Facebook, with whatever 2 billion in the float, 2.3 billion in the float, they'll look at something with maybe 200, 100 or 200 million in the float. They'll consider that a low float situation, okay? So it all depends on what you're used to trading. So if I look at something that I look at anything under 20 million is a low float situation. Now the lower that number, and especially if a stock is running, that's where you can get the exciting plays. Not for everybody. Okay, because as fast as they go up, they can go down. Yeah, Christine, they halted because of news. No, not because of volatility. Yes, they did halt because of news. Now, the only thing about the short float percent, obviously, if a stock has a low float and a high short float percent, and for whatever reason it is in play, be it some press release or earnings, or for whatever reason traders around the world are just piling into it, yeah, that high short float percent can further fuel the buying because you'll get a lot of people who are starting to gag at their short position and maybe start covering. But it's not the be all and the end all. EBS guys, now EBS had just a terrible day 3 days ago, 2 days ago. I guess that was on Friday. This was a short that Zach, had a lot of people looking at on Friday. So it reminds me a little bit of the DL. What is it? The DLPH? No, not the DLPH. Yeah, I'm not giving up on Surge. I actually am not giving up on Surge, as crazy as it may sound, because of that float. What can happen is, right now, I mean, listen, to me, it's untradeable right now, but you can just kind of see that if it can take out, say, that 410 level again on volume, always on volume. So if I do put a price alert, I'll reset my price alert at 410 again, see if it can clear over 4 again. And so if I get the price alert, if it hits, I'll click on the alert, then I'll be able to see, did it happen on volume? I mean, the only thing you can say about the QUBT is that, we've got rising bottoms. We got rising bottoms, so higher lows. That's about all I can see. But there's, the volume is not. I mean, look, the overall volume is great. Don't get me wrong, but look at the way the volume has just, declined. So even if you get a little pop, if it's not on volume, where's the enthusiasm? I mean, again, it's a low float, 20 million, that's a low float. I mean, that's why a stock can go up 24%. And at one point, when it was up here, it was probably up about 40%. It's possible. I mean, the news is, it's very interesting news. If you read the news, I read the news this morning and I thought, okay, that's kind of cool. But that really, I mean, I thought it would at least kind of hold up in this area, but it got up to 9 and it sinks down to 660. I mean, that is a massive, dropping by about a third. That's a massive drop. So it's sort of, to me, it's a confidence destroyer. Okay, Grumpy, if that was sincere, then you're a big man. Oh man, this LIDR is really interesting. So interesting. It didn't really, I mean, it did a little bit yesterday. You know, it's an EV play, of course. Boy, you look left, I mean, look what it did. What's the volume like? 2 million. So it's a big float, 97 million, but they don't. The good part about a larger float, though, is that it usually is not going to be as whippy. Okay, so that's the good thing about a higher float when a stock is kind of in play. You don't usually get the giant up and down red and green candles. It's a little more orderly. Okay, SOPA just opened, guys. No, David, I'm still using my option scanner was never presented here. It was always the basic new highs and lows. Had nothing to do with the option scanner. I did replace the basic new highs and lows with this. But my option scanner has always been on another monitor, never presented. All right, guys, 11:30. So let me take my break relatively soon. There's the NVTA. This is not. SOPA got halted on the way up, yeah. So this SOPA, SOPA, let's just see who's involved. So I'm going to go to my trusty little IPO calendar, okay, which I, of course, will share with anybody. It's nothing to do with trade ideas. So let's just take a look at the IPO calendar and take a look at SOPA. Where are you? Okay, so maybe it's on the other page. Well, that's interesting. I don't have SOPA as an IPO on my IPO calendar, unless I just have missing it. I don't have it as an IPO. I mean, it isn't. It looks like it should be an IPO. Is this an uplisting or something? Very low, 2.89 million at $9 a share. So I have no idea why it's not showing up on the IPO calendar. But it's it's very cheap and it's hardly any shares. So man, I have $9 goods. Hey, goods. I have nine. Well, this is what it says here. I think it's a $26 million. Yeah, 2 point, there it is. Yeah. So you just got that. So that's not the price. That's a $26 million. So 2.8 million at $9 equals 26 million. So I don't know why it didn't appear. As an IPO. All right, guys, definitely eyeballing this LIDR. Ah, man, this is the one I should have. Well, it's okay. I mean, 2 out of 3, as they say. Well, I say 2 out of 3 ain't bad. If you're here in the pre-market, I had 3 shorts that I was focusing on: NVTA, AMRS. Sorry, guys, and the ARVL. Okay. The NVTA by far, it's the one I didn't take because I was too wrapped up on the other 2. That's the one I didn't take, and that's the one that really, other than that little blip up here, has been steadily down on earnings. And it's the one I didn't take. And the ARVL, I mean, that worked okay. I mean, actually on a percentage basis, but it obviously has popped. I mean, I'm obviously not in this one anymore. The AMRS, I shorted early. I got taken out for a little loss, and then I reshorted, and it gave me something pretty good. But the NVTA, arguably, is the best one because there were really no pops on it. You know, a little bit, just a little bit of one here. But other than that, it's been maybe a little bit here too. There's a topping tail, but I mean, it's pretty darn good. Twitter Blue. Sounds like something I won't be subscribing to. So it's only in United States and New Zealand. Okay? Not Canada. I think I think what that is, you subscribe to people that you really want to follow and you feel are really good, and these people are I think they're able to monetize it, something like that. I think I may be wrong. I know they're talking about, you know, their top posters and all being able to monetize what they do. That might be something different, but yeah, I mean, I just use Twitter for a very specific reason. I just post my pre-market stuff. I will post the trade of the week on Monday mornings, and then my video I post. That's it. So if you wanted to follow me, I rarely talk about it. At @bbruin44. You can't private message from a pop out? I didn't know that. Wow! There it goes, guys. Lighter, whatever it's called. It just cleared that. It just cleared. Sorry. Just one moment. My cat. Just a minute. I mean, I have half a mind. I know this is going to stun some of you. If depending how this closes, to swing this thing, LIDR. Take a little swing of one of these little EV plays and just see what happens. Not a recommendation to do what I'm doing. But obviously, the appealing thing for me is the room it's got. And this day here, my goodness, look how many shares are traded that day. Probably almost the float, maybe not. It's 97 million in the float. Hard to know exactly. There's 60 million, so. So Hive is not opened yet. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's an emotional. I mean, if you look, I have no idea how to answer your question, Benjamin. I mean, here's the ETF for it. Does that mean? I mean, there is an ETF for it. I think there might be another one. But if you look at Drive, DRIV, so you can see what's happened. So this is the first red day. Now, does that mean it's going to continue down? I have no idea. Okay, I'd have to wait for another day to see if this is truly going to be a trend down. Oh, that's okay. All right, Hive. Okay, now it says, okay, halted because of extraordinary events. Okay. Well, I mean, look at Bitcoin. I mean, Bitcoin's a great example. What's the trend? How are you going to establish it? I mean, the Bitcoin trend obviously is up, but if you're looking at individual stocks, how would you have felt to have said, look at Mara and get in here pre-market, look pretty good, was holding, little pop, 83, drops $10. I mean, I find these really, these sectors, for me, are very difficult to intraday trade. Yesterday was a bit of a difference. I mean, I think most of the EV stocks were strong virtually all day. You didn't see nonsense like this. So you're swinging this, pets, Dak. I should swing this just because it's pets. All right, guys, so I think it's Michael. I just want to make sure. I'm pretty sure it is Michael Noss in the YouTube room today. I'm just waiting for a response. I'm just waiting for a response, guys, before I say to everybody that Michael. The reason Michael is very. He uses Brokers Plus. He also tries to automate some of his trading. So, if you're interested in things like that, I just want to make sure that he will be in our YouTube room at noon when I take my break. I'm just waiting for a response. Regardless, if you want to go over there, somebody will be there taking over for me. And I'm just going to put the YouTube link in. Good timing. My headset just died on me. Just give me a moment, please. Give me a moment here, guys. I just having to do a reset on my headset. Success! All right, you're right. I do see the surge, but I am going to be taking my break, so this is going to be a tough one for me. You might say, well, don't take a break. I got to take a break. Okay, just confirmed it is Michael. Okay, it is Michael going to be in our YouTube room. So again, you have a lot of questions about using this. Okay. This meaning a Brokers Plus. And then head over to the YouTube room. He'll be there right at noon, and he'll be there from 12 to 1. Wow, what an IPO for SOPA. I mean, my goodness, how many shares did I say? 2 point something at $9, and it got halted and resumed. And it just got halted. Yes, it got halted again. Where are they out of? Are they out of? Is this India by any chance? I was trying to read the news on it. Something to do with India. They're taking over some. SEI acquires Indian Insurtech platform. Maybe not. Society Pass buys LaFleur Bland. Okay, so I guess I'm wrong. I don't know why it was lumped in here. I just saw India. Hertz is sometime today. HTZ, not an IPO, not technically an IPO, but see how. Well, it's supposed to launch today. So we're getting back onto the big board. Ooh, too bad. Yeah, that was a great short. Oh man, I mentioned Sava just before the market opened, guys, as something that was breaking down through 90. And look at this. I mean, it was a little choppy. I mean, it got back up to 85, but boy, this is just really starting to give it up. It's below the low of 2 days ago, which was 82.85. And so the next low looking left is right at that 200 days, 60. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but how to zoom in on the charts. Okay, so left click on the chart you want to zoom in on. So left click on it, then keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, and then use your scroll wheel on your mouse to scroll in and out. Okay, so the first thing, left click on the chart you want to do all this to zoom in on. Control key press down, and then scroll in and out with your scroll bar or scroll wheel. Okay guys, so before I do go, I'll just put my homepage link in again. All the information is there that you probably need to get started with trade ideas. It's teasing, there's no question that surge is teasing, but let's look at the volume. Okay, so there was a volume pop right there. You can see it right there on the 15. Okay. You know, we had dwindling volume for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So an hour and a half, about an hour and a half. Then we had a volume pop. Hasn't really, I mean, it moved it from 370 to 4. What you need is another follow through, more follow through volume. You'd like to see a volume bar like that. Okay. Well, AGC just popped up on my price alerts, but I'm taking a break. There'll be another one. I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. Uh, Well, this AGC, I mean, it's of course, it's a day's high. So now look left on the monthly, and what do we see? 15, $16 or so. That's the next, excuse me, the next high in the monthly. What about on the weekly? Should be probably the same. So yeah, it's got some room. Again, this is a very aggressive price target of about $50. Man, oh man, NVTA continues to crater, down 20%. See the float, 214 million, big float. Well, guys, AGC is surging. I mean, I wonder, people are going to be reading that $50. Again, that was right, eh? A $50 price target. I mean, that's why the attraction, okay? Whether that happens or not is irrelevant right now. That's what people are saying. Oh man, you got the wrong scanner, Dak. SNCR. Okay, I'm seeing SNCR from my watch list, but I don't see what it. Oh, okay, so this is a cheap one. It is now looking like it wants to go negative. It's an earnings play. Oh man, AGC guys. Well, you saw the price alert I put on it. Right there, taking out that high right there. And what's the key? Volume. Volume, volume, volume. And SOPA halt, SOPA resume, SOPA halt, SOPA resume. Wow, look at this. We have maybe a potential 29 open. All right, guys, I think Michael might be ready. Okay, he started. Okay, Michael, I see you there. Okay, guys, I'll be put my announcement in here. I'll be back at about 12:50. Michael, I'll stop streaming. Stop streaming now.
All right, everyone. Just test, make sure the sound's working here. That's good. And then let me, now that I've got all the super secret stuff hidden, let's go over there. And if I did that right, then you guys should see my screen. Perfect. Awesome. Daily. There we go. Okay, everyone. Welcome. Thanks for coming. This is the live Q&A sports session. Again, if you're new here, essentially what we're doing is we just give Barry some much deserved time off. He takes a little lunch break, and then we hang out and we just talk about stocks or the market, any questions you guys have about trade ideas and setting anything up or doing anything or anything you're confused with. Certainly let me know. Any scans that you need a hand putting the final touches on, all of that type of stuff. If you don't know me, my name is Michael. I'll just type hey or hi in chat, so that'll be me. I've been using Trade Ideas now for, almost 15 years and been consultant with them for a few years. I'm kind of the resident math nerd around here, so I do a lot of that type of stuff. Brokerage Plus, I build a lot of stuff for the AI, that type of thing. So any of that I can help you with, and certainly anything else that you guys need when it comes to the software, we'll go through that. And as I always say, I very much appreciate questions because, we're kind of shooting by the seat of our pants here, where the people that come on are generally doing other things for their own trading or within trade ideas, and then we like to come through and just kind of answer questions. So there's really nothing super prepared going on here. Sorry, just setting up another trade. I said this before, but I basically don't do any trading right in the mornings. I do all of my trading in the afternoons and the evenings because my trading is the most boring trading that anybody has ever seen, and that's the way I like it. Where would I go for ideas for custom formulas people are using and building? So for custom formulas, it's just custom formulas are a way to modify, for people who don't know, I know you know already, Circle, but it's a way to modify or add or subtract or compare certain filters that we already have in the system, right? So if you wanted to compare, I don't know, short float to average volume or whatever your reason is, you can certainly do that. Now, what I'll say for which ones to build and which ones to use, again, I have never met a successful trader who starts with a scan and then makes that their trading plan. It's always the other way around. They have a trading plan that they really work on, and then they build a scan for that. So for custom formulas, the only use for them is if you're missing something from your normal trading. There's something that you really wish trade ideas could do, but you're missing that to complete the trading plan that you worked so hard on. So with that, I can certainly help you. Now, again, there's almost unlimited number of customs, which is why I never suggest just trying to build them. You'll end up just exhausting yourself with all the options. So what I do is say, hey, what is in your trading plan that you've worked so hard to build that you can't currently do with customs? And if you let me know that, I can probably quickly answer if there's a way to help you with customs. Now, kind of the rule of thumb is if it's a filter that's already in the system, then you can modify it by multiplying it by a number or subtracting a number from it, or by adding or subtracting a different filter within the system. And then on top of that, away you go. So, it's really just what's up to your trading plan, because you can build a whole bunch of stuff. And in fact, of the 100 custom formulas you can build, I have mine maxed out. I'm probably not using all of them right now, but that's how I started them. I said, hey, I would really like this thing to complete a trading plan that I'm working on, and then work backwards to build that, as opposed to trying to go forwards and trying to kind of make a trading plan fit a scan. So, it's a common problem, and especially it's a common problem with new trade ideas users, is because there's just so much you can do that it does get, and totally feel you, that it gets really overwhelming of, I can do anything, what should I do? And that's why I always suggest dial it back, figure out what it is that you're really good at and what your trading plan is, and then just build a couple scans for that and leave everything off. Like, what you guys are seeing is pretty much my entire layout for, so I've mentioned before, this virtual machine you guys are seeing is what I watch on my second monitor all day, and then it's also my virtual machine for demoing and stuff like that. So there's no live accounts connected to this, but this is pretty much all I look at. Is I've got the new Market Explorer window I tick through, and then I've got my price alerts and my liked list, and that's about it, right? Can I comment on those couple trades from the AI? Sure. What do you want? What's the question? What do you want to comment on? These are trades that the AI made. Looks like, looking at it, one of them was a small gain in conservative mode, and one was a small loss in conservative mode. And in moderate mode, one was stopped out and the other one wasn't. Other than that, not too sure what you want. It comes from an algo that's looking for something that's seemingly got bad news, right? We don't read the news, but we don't have to read the news because NXTC, which was from your example, I don't even know what the news is, but I know it's bad because it's gapped down 15% today. And, if they said our company's doing great and we're all going to make a whole bunch of money, that's not what price does. So it looks for high relative volume. So it's doing 8 times normal volume. And that one looks like it just didn't work. And that's trading. Other than that, I'm not too sure. If there's any specific questions you have, certainly let me know. I just don't know what else to kind of comment on there. There is if you're looking for the description of the algos that set them off, you can actually grab that by, where is it here? Oh, that's the channel description. There's a PDF somewhere I can get you if that's what you're after. That just has a quick little write-up of what each algo is looking for, again, to make sure that it's part of your trading plan you guys are working on. Other than that, what else did I do today? I haven't really been watching too much. AMRS, that looks like that was a good one. Oh, that wouldn't be interesting under, it's like holding those lows. I'd have to break that to be a real good one. THRC, what's going on there? No, that one's not moving very much. Geez, that got beaten. Trying to set up an alert window for a few selected stocks when they cross each side of the Bollinger Band. It's a small list. I only want to be notified when the cross happens. Yeah, it should be pretty easy. So let's actually do that. Now I won't be able to share this because you'll have a different list. So let's just make sure we follow along here. So I would start from scratch, and we don't have an alert for crossing the Bollinger Bands, but if it's going to cross the Bollinger Bands, I'm assuming that you want like a new high or a new low of day. And let's just start with the new high. And you could do, I'm doing of the day, but you could do a new 5-minute high or 15-minute high, or, whichever of those kind of makes the most sense for what you're after. So let's add that one in, and then we will do position in, and then we have here. So this is the filter we have that would help, which is the position in the Bollinger Bands. So the way we do this, it's time for drawing time with Michael here, is, so say, right, here's your upper band and there's your lower band. So the position in bands, what we do is, instead of trying to say, above the high or below the low, because people might want more granularity than that, is we basically take this as a range. So the top band would be 100% of the range and the lower band would be 0% of the range. So if you're wanting something that's making a new high and it's crossing outside of the bands, if you want it as it's crossing, what I would do is I would kind of set a, say a 90 as a minimum and maybe a 110 as a maximum, right? So then it's going to be making a new high kind of in this area. Now, if you just want to be alerted when a new high is made when it's outside of the bands, then I would just set 100 as your minimum. And I hope that makes sense. And then the opposite for the lower band, right? So, if you want it to just tell you when it's under the lower band, then you would set a 0 as a maximum. Or if you wanted it kind of within a specific range, you could do, say 10 and -10 or something like that. But for this one, let's say we wanted to make a new high outside of the Bollinger Bands. So we'll click daily and we'll add it, and then we'll just set the minimum to 100. And this is just saying, alert me when the stock makes a new high, and that new high occurs when it's outside of its daily Bollinger Bands. And you saw you could do 5-minute, 15-minute, all of those as well. And then you just go over to the symbol list tab, which is just right there. And the symbol list tab will have this right here. So anything that has bracket personal next to it is just that, right? That's a personal list that the user created. Anything without personal next to it is kind of a list that Trade Ideas creates for you. And we add an existing alert. Now, if you don't have a symbol list, I'll show you how to do that, but let me just put, I don't know, this one. I don't even know what these are. Again, this is like a demo account type of thing, but let's just click that. And then now that's done. So as soon as I click OK, and then I name it, test, and then click OK, now what's happening? Oh, popped off screen here. 1 second. Give me this. So yeah, so what's happening now is CNMD, I don't know what this is, but it must be outside of the Bollinger Bands, and it made a new high at 1244. So that's the way you do that for your own list. And by the way, I really think you're probably onto something with that. I do a lot of stuff like that where I build the lists and then I let Trade Ideas alert them for me. And you don't have to add anything else like volume or whatever, because you're making the list, and right, Trade Ideas is just showing you that list. So hope that helps. You got any follow-ups, let me know. New to Trade Ideas, software seems very useful. I'm more of a long-term investment. What would you say Trade Ideas is useful for the long term? Well, yeah, it depends on what you're after. So if you're a long-term technical trader, for sure. I would look at actually what I have open here, which is TI strength. And you see, I'm just going to pull this in. We have a channel right there you can click on, and that will open up that channel for you. And what this is essentially an algorithm Trade Ideas came up with that we've tested, and it seems to outperform the market over about 5 to 6 years of vigorous testing. And what it's looking for is stocks that are strong technically, right? So they're the strongest stocks in the environment at the time, technically, right? That's how I invest. I always just go after what's strongest and leave the rest alone. But again, that's obviously whatever your strategy is. And we have, if you're more of a fundamental guy, we've got lots of fundamental filters. So you actually, if you go into our filter set and you configure, and you actually go into search and just start typing fundamental, you can see it filters out all of the technical setups, and you have all the fundamentals. So, right, market cap, dividend, income, revenue, enterprise value, EPS, all of that type of stuff is right there. Dividends, right, dividend yields, whatever you want. And then we've got some long-term, 200-day moving average, stocks going above or below that. So again, it's all going to be strategy dependent, what you're after, depending on what, whether or not we have the filter. But yeah, that's just, we can do a lot. The question is, what is it your trading plan has? Do you have a beta test on the Market Explorer strats, win-loss? No, so the Market Explorer is just a scan. So it's a scan that is meets whatever your trading strategy is. So if something like the TI strength meets your written and tested trading plan, then you would have to record your own stats for that. Same with, gap fills. Like we have this new one, if people didn't know. All of these are stocks that are coming close to filling a major gap. Again, if that's part of your trading strategy, great. That certainly wouldn't be Momo trading. That's more of a pullback trading, right? Let's go this one, right? So this is the gap, and it looks like it's filling it. So again, just another way to do scans. So one of those things, there is no substitute for a nice tested trading plan. But yeah, they're all just scans. Thanks. So add the crossover of the Bollinger Band. I either have to make another alert window or use a multi-strategy. Yeah, that would be the best way to do it, is I do 2 different windows or do a multi-strat window. I like multi-strat windows because you can actually color the rows. So you could color the green one being break above or the red one being break below or whatever you want. But it just, to me, makes it visually, just kind of reach out and slap you type of thing, which is what I like, right? Because as traders, usually we got a handful of other things going on. So the more we can get alerted to things without actually having to think too hard about them, the better. If anyone's interested, the divergence long, I'm actually working on updating this a bit. It's working well now, but I'm setting a lot of price alerts for them, so I'm going to go and build them as well. Michael, how would you build a Momo scanner? If I were to build a Momo scanner, I actually wouldn't build it. What I would do is I would go to this. We actually have a Momo channel, Momentum channel, and I would click on that guy, and then I would look to see which of these I like and if there's anything that I need to change to meet my trading plan, and I would go from there because these are great. They're built by Andy, actually built them, and they're really great kind of things that are moving on high relative volume or things that are moving that are lower float. Most of this is going to be really high relative volume based. So I like this kind of channel as is. For me, my own trading plan, I need a little bit higher volumes than some of these things, like IFF. I was looking at this. Oh, I guess it's got great volume now. Never mind. But yeah, oh no. So I don't know what I was looking at. Was it this one? Yeah, this one. Anytime I see like a candle like this, that 5 minutes went by and no one took a trade, I'm not interested in that. But again, that's just my own, that's how I trade based off the plan that I've developed. So I would take something like that, and if I liked it, then you can just take it and you can right click and you can duplicate into a free floating window. And then after that, you can go through and you can clear and change all the scans. So I might go in here and say, hey, I want where is it? I want a volume, but I want my 10-day average volume to be 500,000, let's say. And then I click OK, and then I have the same scanner. Where do you run hide to? There you are. I have the same scanner that Andy does here, but what you'll notice is if I leave this up for long enough, there'll be things that came through the scanner that Andy built that doesn't come through mine just because I put a higher volume requirement on it. So it's generally the easiest way to go about doing something instead of reinventing the wheel, right? Andy's basically done most of the work here for you, where a lot of these things are looking for new all-time highs, new 52-week highs. It's looking for low float stuff that's popping, and all of these are moving on extreme volumes. You can take this one, right? You can just go and always configure and look at what they're doing. So ADT must have had earnings or something to be cranking out that much relative volume, right? So I can take a look at them and I say, okay, well, he has a volume today of 100,000. So if I want more, I would change that. Change from the close of 2%, relative volume of 3, 1 minute volume of 1,000%. So again, I would go through and I would change those. Maybe I don't want them on triggering on new highs. Maybe I want them crossing above a resistance level instead, and I can go through and change that. And then save this, and I get my own copy. And to be honest, that's how, but when I go to build a scan first, still to this day, even though I obviously know how to build scans in it, I'll see if someone's done most of the work for me. Because again, what I'm doing is I have a actual written, if you've ever seen me on Trader TV when I do that stuff or any of the stuff I do with a camera, it has right behind you there. I have a whiteboard and I just actually draw out the scan. Yeah, Iris, it's right in the Momo channel. So I didn't build that. It's right. So just click on that Momo channel button and there you go. You'll find all these scans right there. I am new to trade ideas, but not for tradings. I like to look for stocks that are oversold and overextended for a possible trend. You know, there's obviously going to be different ways to define overbought or oversold, but if you go through and take a look at when you're, building your scan, probably the easiest thing to do for overbought, oversold that we have would be an RSI or, as I talked about, position in Bollinger Bands. So position in Bollinger Bands daily right there. Anything, if you put a minimum of 100 there, it will basically mean anything that's outside the Bollinger Bands. For example, if I put a minimum of, if I put this in, I say I want a minimum of 200, then I'm going to get things that are way outside the Bollinger Band. I don't have anything really pre-built because I'm a trend follower. I'm not a revision to the mean guy, but that's how I would do it. Just your basic RSI. You could also use another filter to look at might be change in. And right, you've got change in 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, right, all the way up to 1 day, 1 year, 20 days. So, for you, it may be you may define overdone as, hey, I want it to have moved, 20% in 20 days or something like that. But that's another way to do it. So you've got your indicator way, and then you've got just your absolute momentum style way. And then the question is just what are you, how do you define it? I would say most you probably use an indicator type of thing. Sorry guys, another second here. Just doing a trade. There, I did another trade. It's a very simple life when everything's programmed for you like that. You just, what do I do next? Oh, this thing popped up. Let me do that. And then let me go back and look whatever else. I try to look at the daily. Triple D. I know Triple D got hammered today, didn't it? Again, I've been deep into the. Try to look at example Triple D in May. Oh, up through here. Well, yeah, so your daily RSI might be the best way to do it. So that's a blue line down here. Again, you said you're not new to trading, so I'm not. So this isn't for you. This is for other people. But RSI is just a momentum indicator. I don't trade it the overbought, oversold way again because I'm more of a trend or a breakout guy. But you may just want to say, hey, I want an RSI above 70. I think is the common oversold. So we can just do something like that real quick. Let's just go and actually let's see. Maybe I have something that I already built for someone. RSI. Nope. Over. Nope. So we just go new, top list. Just grab that and then just put in RSI. And we'll make the daily RSI over. So you just set the minimum value to 70 and then hit OK. And I didn't rename it or anything. You'd obviously do that. So then this is stocks. That is going to give us a daily RSI here above 70. So EVGO is at 80. Again, obviously change this. This is really low volume. There's a lot of junk in here. KVSC, right? It's at 81. Newer, core, all of these things are really high. Again, you could do the same with I'll duplicate this and I can share that with you. Again, I would change. That's just all I did was put RSI over 70 And obviously, the higher you make that, the more extreme the move is going to need to be in order to make it, right? If you want just things that are insanely overdone, you could make RSI 90, right? That would be in, standard technical analysis, that would be an incredibly overdone rating. And same with the downside, right? You would just flip it. So instead of RSI being over 70, you would have RSI under 30, and then something extreme would be like an RSI under 10. Like that thing's gotten really, really smacked now. Like anything with indicators, and again, I say this for others because you said you're not new to this, but make sure you're taking these overbought, oversold readings, and then you're applying some sort of other thing that's on your trading plan, because things that are quote unquote overdone can be overdone for incredibly long periods of time. So most people, and I'm sure you do as well, who have some sort of revision to the mean strategy, they'll use something like this as a scan, and then they use a candlestick pattern or some other means to say, okay, now's the time that I think it's done. It's done going. So the RSI helps me find the stuff, and then my trading plan helps me figure out when and where to execute. Whatever this core is, did 23% volume today. For sure. So yeah, you can put them on a list. You can actually, you can right click, and if I click set price alert and then save, you can see a price alert pops up right here. So this will say, hey, if you're like, hey, I want to get it when it's under 160, you can just set out a price alert, and then the system will go and flip out and say, hey, look at that. That's under 50 now, or 59.36 that I set it out at. You can also right click, and under send to, you can add it to a symbol list. So you can take any of these symbol lists and say, hey, put that on a symbol list. And lastly, you can actually go and let me move this. And if I click this little heart right here on the chart, it will populate my liked symbol list, which is one of my favorite things to look at, right? Where now, if you wait, it'll take about 30 seconds or so, but core will pop up in this window, and you can see everything that I have on here has a red heart. I bought some MindMed, man, back over this 250. I had an order right under 3 to get out some. It didn't hit. I know we went to like 350 in the pre-market today, and then it sold off. So that's probably going to be a break-even one. That's kind of a bummer, but if I buy everything popped up on a scanner, I would need a job. Yeah, that's it. It is a common problem, and we do know that there is a bit of what's it called, analysis paralysis with trade ideas. There's just so much that you can do that people do get a little bit overwhelmed, like, holy smokes, I can scan for all of these things. And that's why you'll hear me kind of like a broken record over and over again saying, find a trading plan, find a scan that makes those trading plans, away you go. And I know Barry talks about the same thing, because he used to be like me, where you have like 6 monitors and they all have trade idea scans and the lights are flashing and everything is going. And then at the end of the day, you feel like you got hit by a bus. So now I've got, for my intraday, I have 2 scanners. And then for my end of day scan, I've got like another 3 or 4. And that's it. And everything else I clear off, right? Just wait for something to pop up in those scanners, and away you go. So there's core. So you can see core just popped up there into my liked. So now I can go and do whatever analysis. And then if I click on that again, in another couple seconds, it will just clear that off that list. So those are the 2 ways to do it. This price alert thing is basically, I want to see what happens when this occurs. So like I have any up there, you can see, because I found this on my TI strength scan, and I like the look of it. I think if any can get back up over kind of 750, there might be a chance for this thing to move. But until then, I'm not interested. So I can just click that, and then away we go. Just push everything off from there. can we have a new high or low events for a few hours rather than a day? It only accepts days. Well, no, you can have, let me pull this out. Pop that right there. So you can do, so if I go new, or no, let's just do high. Right, so you got new high, and then you've got new 5, 10, 15, 30, and 60-minute high right from there. So you can do it that way. That's one way to filter them out. The other way is if you right-click on any scan, you go under Properties. There is a Don't Repeat button. So then if you click the Don't Repeat button, you can say, I don't want to repeat a symbol for an hour. And then what will happen is if the symbol is presented to you at like 10, then you won't see it again for another hour. So it doesn't keep spitting it off. Or you can say, hey, I only want to see a symbol once a day, and you can do that as well. So those are two ways to kind of customize that a little bit further if you need it. The first thing I always suggest, and I'll bring it here, if you just want to learn a little more from me, I do have a website that you can go to. I always say the first thing that you should always do, and this is something that Trade Ideas help put me on, or help me put on, which is great, is this free trading course that they helped me build right there. And this is where me and my wife during quarantine kind of went through. It's like 39 lessons, completely free, always free. And if you know, some of the beginning stuff, if maybe that's a bit too basic for you or it's a bit too new, then I would go into the later ones, because we have how to build a trading plan, what should be on it, what should it look like, what do you need for a trading plan. All of that's kind of in the last 4 or 5 episodes. And then it even gets to the point where I sit and build a trading plan with her and say, here's your checklist that you need. Here's everything that's involved in kind of that aspect of everything. So I think that's a really good place to start. Now, of course, I'm biased, and then, you can poke around on that website at the same time, see if there's anything else there. This AMD I'm watching too. Everything's getting hit a little bit. Warning before all the bulls or all the bears come out of their cave after getting kind of punched from hitting new highs. I'm sure you'll see a lot of it. I always just like to zoom out. This is something I got from JC at All Star Charts, which if you don't follow, I highly recommend. So always go out to like a longer term time frame. Let's go for a week. Right? I've heard people already starting to panic with a 0.5% down day today. And then I like to look at a weekly chart and go, oh, okay. It's not even a finished candle, and it's just a wee little down guy. And then same with this, right? We were up like 15 days in a row here. I wouldn't be shocked to see a pullback into like 460 or something like that. Base around for a few days and go from there. But I think isn't there a lot of Fed dudes and dudettes talking? I'm trying to see. I have a website that I love, and it's just called forexfactory.com. And there's probably way better, but I've been to this website every day for years. No, they're all done chatting, I guess. So that's it for the day. What's going on tomorrow in the news? We got core CPI, unemployment claims, crude oil inventories, a 30-year bond auction. Fascinating. So there's some stuff before the open. CPI, I think, is inflationary data, and we all care about inflationary data right now. So yeah, Circle, that's way more news than I ever know or ever care about. Again, I always I'm a chartered market technician, and if if I read news too much, I think they kick me out. But my mentality, even before I got that in trading, was it's all in the charts. Again, I don't need to know. Something must have come out for MindMed today, for example, where it spiked up early in the pre-market and then it crashed back down. Doesn't affect me what it is. Same with what's going on now. I'm not too worried about the market right now, because the way I look at it is on the SPY here. Say we pull back. We don't have a fib tool. I wish we had a fib tool, but right. So what's half of this move? Just eyeballing it. Here-ish. That's a little bit more than half, but we could even pull back to here, and that would just be a retest of the breakout area. And if that's successful, then that's a bullish price action. And the only one that I kind of worry about here is the IWM. And the only reason I kind of worry about the IWM is that, and this is why it made no sense to me, people saying they're waiting for a correction, is because the small caps and the mid caps have been in a range all year. So remember this chart, and then I'll go to MDY, which represents our mid caps, and that's been in a range all year. So most stocks except big tech have been in a range all year. So a break of this range, again, you'll get the people that go everything's inflated because we just broke out of a 1 year long range, which I would take the other side of. But right, if we break and close kind of back under this area quickly, then I might start changing my tune, where that might look a little bit like a bull trap, right? If we break resistance and then you pull back down into it real quickly and violently, sometimes that might get people nervous. Again, I don't see it that way, right? We got a long way that we can pull back and still be at highs right here. So I just think it's a little pullback. It's just makes life easier. I don't have a TV in this room. I don't turn on the news ever. I don't really use Twitter other than, my personal feed. I never click on that explore page. I just want to see what the people I'm following are talking about, and I shut everything else out. I've got a couple systems and strategies that I use, and you would be damned to try to get me to do anything else. All right, guys, we got another 20 minutes for questions until Barry comes by and gives me the hook. If you got any questions, let me know. In the meantime, I'm just going to start looking for trades that I like. I'm really liking this TI strength. Now this, I designed this algo and back tested it with kind of a Monday to Monday hold, but then we decided to bring it in for a bunch of different things, basically just mainly scanning. And it puts out some stuff that I'm not really a fan of, but it puts out a lot of stuff that I am. Like this ESTC, whatever this is just breaking out. You can see big strong push up, and then it put in this high tight base for a long time and just popping up to new highs. So if we get a strong close on this one, that's the kind of stuff that I like to participate in. Any would be the same thing, right? Big push up, and then it's pulled back, but it's held that breakout area. So then if it turns higher, Hub's a little too expensive for me. I'll do $100, $200 stocks easy. $800 stocks just starts to get a bit tedious, the tiny share size you can take. Wow, that AGNC's a wild one. I don't think I'll be playing that one. So again, don't even know what it is. Blank check company. Okay, so they must have secured a deal or something. This GEL, actually I took from this yesterday, not just to cherry pick winners, and it's an absolute monster today. So I got in this one on the close yesterday. Same kind of look as that other one that I showed you, right? Where strong push up, and then it's been kind of basing sideways for a while, and it broke out of that today or yesterday and put in a strong close. I bought some of that, and then this one's been off to the races. I should actually open up that. I haven't taken any profits on that yet. I should open up my account, maybe pay myself a few bucks on that one. I do love the fact that it's absolutely just trouncing the market, though. That's one of my favorite indicators for a stock, is when you have a down day like today. But the whatever you're in, which I guess I don't see any questions, so we can just wrap about that. What I do on pullback days, when it's a strong stock like this and they're pulling back, right? Obviously, in a bull market, just broke out of a bull market. Like JC talks about, there's nothing more bullish you can do than make new highs, and we've been doing that for a while. And then we get a little tiny pullback today. What I like to do is I go through my portfolio, my swing portfolio, and I go, okay, what is getting hit harder than the market is and getting like really hurt by this pullback, and what isn't? So the stuff that's really getting hurt by a pullback, I look at that as a bit of relative weakness. And what I'll do is I'll be more aggressive to get out of those. And so you want to, and the stuff that's holding up, the stuff that doesn't care that the market's pulling back, that's the stuff you got to stick with. So that's what I'll be doing today on the close, assuming again we're still pulling back onto the close. There's a lot of time left in the day, and we're saying all this for a down 0.4% market, right? So with a down 0.4% market, it's certainly not time to panic, but we got to take a look at we say, okay, well, what's next, right? What do we think is going to happen next? And if I kind of believe that we could continue to pull back a little bit. So what I'm going to do, what my game plan is just say, okay, what is holding really, really well during this market? That stuff that's holding really well, that's the stuff I'm just going to lean on. My robot master over here is telling me to set out another order. Looking at this AMD, I've got some orders set to see if this thing, just for a day trade, right? We're not talking swing trading right now, but if this breaks down under kind of 47 or back up over 150, I think we could get a move on this one way or the other. DTC, that rings a bell. Yeah, you're right. There's not a lot of data to go off of in IPOs, but it, put in this big long base around 20, and it looks like today it might close over 20. So that's breaking that base. Often you'll note that these IPO prices, I find, can be support or resistance or just magnets, right? It can just draw itself to those IPO prices. So just keep an eye on that is what I would say with those. Just something I've noticed quite a bit. I don't really trade them too much, but I know I always like to look at what's the psychology of the market participants so that I can say, okay, does this make sense or not? So I look at this as the psychology of these market participants are just kind of saying, if I was, a stock IPO'd at $100 and I wasn't quick enough to sell it, and then it sold off a bit, and then it got back to $100, that's probably when I'd be more likely to say, okay, well, I'm now back to even. Let me sell my shares. And that's a really common psychological phenomenon in trading. which we all know is wrong, right? It's one of those that if you're waiting to sell a stock till it gets back to even, then you are doing it wrong, because if you think that that's going to climb back up and get to your even price, well, you should be buying more, and then you shouldn't just sell because that's your random break even price. But we know that most market participants don't think like that, so there's probably a lot of sell orders kind of up in this area. So if I was, which it's not one of my trading styles, so I'm not doing it, I would target some or just watch it, right? Sometimes it just rockets through that price, and then you get this whole, just because I know there is a band of people who trade these things as a, when they break the IPO price, buy them. So if it just slams through that, then I think you're probably onto something there. Setting out another order here. Please select destination. There we go. Buy the retail dip with Turkey Day coming. I don't really subscribe to that way of thinking, where again, my theory with news and events like that, call them cyclical events or something like that, is that if you know about it, so does everyone else, and it's priced into the market, right? That's a saying that I always, right? If Apple comes out and announces that they're selling more iPhones than they normally are, and then I go try to make a trade off that, I know that there's been a whole bunch of robots and analysts and all of that have already been way on that, and it's already priced in. So that's why I do it just solely based off chart setups. I'm what they call a setup based trader, right? I have setups that I look for that have rules around them. There's some discretion, but their discretion's kind of in the confine of these rules, and I just kind of do what that says, right? It's the whole trust the process type of thing, is more or less the way I look at it. Because again, it's, if that made sense, right? You bought every retail dip before Black Friday, then there's going to be predatory hedge funds that do the opposite. They're going to wait for retail to buy the dip before that and then go from there. Again, not saying it will work or it doesn't work, just not generally the way I like to look at markets. Yeah, I don't know, Kevin. I'm not in. Hopefully if someone there, Kevin's just asking if the chat's coming up. I guess he's having some problems. So if there's anyone that's in here that's also in the trading room chat, if you just want to say, hey, I'm in, it's working fine, or no, I'm having issues, that might help them out. You can always go to the website and just ask support there as well. BQ, I look at this and I say no thanks pretty quickly. Again, for me, it's a low floater, it's perking up a little bit. I see an RSI divergence there, right? Which essentially, for you guys don't know, an RSI is a momentum indicator. So the fact that price is making a new low and the RSI is making a new high, that can be indicative of a potential loss of momentum, or just think about it as maybe the sellers are getting tired and it's maybe time to go. For me, I'd want to see some sort of a setup. You got a bit of resistance up here, so maybe a break and hold of that, but I don't know. It's an ADR. It's from China. I don't, right now, with China kind of intentionally tanking all their markets, I'm not really interested in holding any of that as well. Is there a way to set up a scan without signals for I want stock moving up, yet not making RSI? or sorry, not making highs yet. A certain filter is like float short. Yeah, well, that would be a top list, Kevin. So I would watch our intro videos just to get going. But yeah, you could set up a top list and you could say, I want stocks that are near the high. And for that, while you're making a top list, I would just put position in range. So if you take a whatever top list you're looking at, you take position in range and you make it between 90 and 100, you're going to get stocks that are really near the highs of the range. But yeah, so what you're looking for is something that doesn't trigger is a top list. And those, I just see your follow up there. They refresh every 30 seconds. Top lists do. Question, can you create a scanner similar to the RSI divergence? We have right in, if you want to open your Market Explorer window, the new window, and go down to right click, go server window, and then RSI divergence long. And we have one just for this. It's a new setup I'm playing with. Again, I don't really like revision to the mean just because it gets me in trouble. But again, as a setup based trader, if I can find a setup that works, I will. I'm going to work to constantly improve this, but everything you'll see on here, let's just pick one at random. Yeah, this NPLN, again, you can see new lows being made on price and new highs being made on the RSI. So we have that there for those would be long, and then we have shorts. So if we go through and then we do the same thing on the short side, let's take a look at, I don't know, cars. Oh, no. Yeah, no, that's fine. You can see, again, higher highs on price and then lower highs in the RSI. I want to point that to my own list. No, again, the Market Explorer will not be able to be pointed to your own list anytime soon. Can I just send you my broker account? You trade for me? No. No, thank you. That doesn't seem like fun. In your opinion, what's the best reversal signals other than good old candlesticks? I think everything's got to be candlesticks, right? Maybe that's just the way that I'm raised or brought up as a trader, is that it's kind of all just patterns, right? So, look at your head and shoulders and double top, double bottom, things like that. Again, I'm not going to be the best guy when it comes to reversals. The best reversals that I have found, and again, this is not my area of expertise, but are things like, let me see if I can find, let's go to the, yeah, well, this would work. Call it rising wedges, I think is the best way to put it. So you see something that as, maybe you have an RSI divergence or something like that, and you have a rising wedge, it's getting tighter and tighter, and then it breaks down into that wedge. The benefit of that anyway is even if it's not insanely accurate, your stop just goes right here. So your risk is very, very small, right? You're talking that for a risk, and if you're right, that will bring you down here. Now, this is the Canadian index, so I hope it's wrong as a Canadian, but that would be just the simple way that I look at them. It's everything for me is price action. So it's either candlestick patterns or, what I think they call Western technical analysis, which is just your pattern recs, right? So wedges and things like that. Information and scanner pinging overload. Yeah, I gotta tell you, I was with you guys, man. I used Trade Ideas back in 2006. I worked at a prop firm. I do 250 to 300 trades a day manually. I was that guy as a young trader, and now I'm primarily a swing trader. I have my day trading account. I do some day trading over here. It's a pretty good day today on this. But the crux of what I do is swing trading, and for me it was just I found it was better. It was more relaxing. I have all these other income sources as well, right? So the thing about swing trading is that it's really great for account growth. It's really great because the way I swing trade anyway is a trend follower. I'll have, long periods of time where not much is going on. And then all of a sudden I'll catch a really, really good trend of something, and that will make a week or a month or multiple months. So again, for me and where I am now, I like it. One thing I always suggest, because I know a lot of people have this debate of should I swing trade or should I day trade? A great book, and I always forget the author, but I'm sure someone in here will help me out. But the book's called Thinking Fast and Slow. Again, anyone who's heard me before knows I'm a broken record on this, but it basically just talks about how different people think differently. So some people are really fast thinkers, and they can take information in quickly and disseminate it very, very quickly, and then come up with really good estimates, which is what day traders do, right? They just, the best they can, they're like, okay, this, that, and the other thing, and they can just do that really, really quickly. And the example I always give is a Call of Duty guy. And then there's slow thinkers, which is more like me, which would be more of a chess player or something where, we're better at the multiple steps ahead thinking, but we're just not really quick with it. So, you read the book and see which of the personality types make sense to you, and then I would go from there. So it's very, very important. And again, this is why I always say you have to write your own trading plan, because I think it's very, very important that your trading matches your own personality, not the personality of anyone else. And I spent a long time doing that, where I would see someone, even like Barry, who's, very, very fast with his trading. He's in and he's out, and I would try to emulate that, and that didn't work for me. When I stopped trying to emulate others and just said, okay, here's the way I think, right? Here's the speed at which I think. Here's kind of the methodology in which I think. Now let me just go do that. Things got way easier for me. Which, I don't know, there's probably a lesson there for just life in general, right? Instead of emulating others, just put in the work yourself and come up with something that makes sense to you. There's probably a Dr. Phil moment on there somewhere. So I am going to ping Barry. And confirm with him that he's back on, so we don't kick you guys out, which we do periodically and are always sorry that we do. But as the stream grows, we got 50 people in here now, but we're hoping to get the stream up to a few hundred. And, I guess anyone here who's listening, if you just want to hit the like button, that's the one thing that helps us out. And then, maybe we'll get cooler tools and be able to stream at the same time and stuff. But we do kind of a handover method now, which works 90% of the time, and then 10%, unfortunately, it seems to be a bit of an issue. Float is updated, I believe, every 2 weeks because it's a fundamental data source, and that's where that comes from. So, all right, guys, I'm going to take off. Barry is back. It's good to chat with you again. If same time every day, so come on by, hang out, get your questions answered, and I will be on next week. Talk to you soon.
That question. Never know when he leaves, actually. You can believe what I say? Okay. Grump, grunt, grunt. IMMP. I've got the pig sound on this. IMMP. Did not take that one. Probably should have. I don't know. The break right there at 397, just gently down. I'll bet, Ija, you just couldn't wait for me to resume. to say boom catapult. I did see it, KPLT, I did see it, yes. Not my backyard. And now halted on the way down. Yes, halted on the way down, SOPA. Really? Never heard it. Well, how's it tradable? For me, again, had I known what the situation was, because by this time, you see, when I saw this, by this time it was here. Okay, when I saw, because I was checking I probably would have taken just a little bit in this area here if I could have got some around 18. Knowing that there were only 2 million shares, a little over 2 million shares, and a $9 IPO. We've seen, and the fact that I know it says it's in Pennsylvania, but essentially Vietnam. We've seen this act before with other, with some China IPOs. We've seen this act before. So I would have probably taken, I'm not going to, mortgage the house on it, but I probably would have taken some right around here with a low down here, $3 low, and just see what would happen. What will NOS trade at 5? I have no idea how to answer that question, Joe. Markets are not closed at 5 o'clock, if that's what you're talking about. Are you talking Pacific time? Markets are open. There's post-market. All sorts of, there's activity in the post-market once the market closes. I can trade with Interactive Brokers until I want to say 7:30 or 8 o'clock Eastern time. There you go, 8 p.m. Yeah, 4 to 8, there you go. So 4 a.m. Eastern time to 8 p.m. Eastern time. That's the Interactive Brokers is open anyway. And the market's open. Of course, the market is open. I would say there is a blur, in my opinion, right now between the so-called pre-market and then market hours. After hours is still a little more tricky. There's not as many, and you got to really, the volume can be very tricky. But there's tons of activity in the pre-market. And we call it the pre-market, but what does that really mean? But after hours is a little more tricky. I don't trade very much after hours. Do I stick to a certain size float? No. Rarely am I going to see anything that's high, based on the types of filters I use, Kevin. But, if something was 100 million and it was moving, I will trade it. But usually I'm not going to see, the billion share floats. But again, if it's moving and it's meeting my filter requirements, and I like the patterns, I will trade it. Yeah, Hertz is moving a little bit, guys. I mean, a little bit. HTZ, it is moving a little bit. It's hard to see here. I don't know why it's not showing up on my 15-minute. I have no answer for that. And we don't have any data, but you can trade it. You have Interactive Brokers. It's not an IPO, I know. It's just sort of reassuming. But we have no data. We have daily data, which is crazy. Let me just alert Brad to this. So I think this is trading. What was the old symbol for Hertz, guys? HTZZ or what was it? What was the pink sheet symbol? It was HTZZ. Okay, so okay. Well, it's sort of. So I don't know the correlation exactly. So that's where it stopped trading after hours yesterday at 32.57 as a pink sheet stock. I don't know exactly the correlation. Because right now HTZ is trading at 27.40, so I don't know what the correlation is. I do not, just looking, do not see any news for HDSN. Don't see any news for it, no. Not today anyway. Not at Interactive Brokers. I don't see any news. Yeah, I do have Surge thumbnailed. We get it from various sources, Kevin. I can't tell you exactly, but it's sort of scanning various sources. You know, when I look at this LS Media, Energy Siren, there's no one source. I don't really rely on my news from Trade Ideas. I usually rely on my news from Interactive Brokers. You know, that's what I have, and I think they've got a great little news service. Well, it's not late. It's not late breaking news, Kevin. It'll never be like late breaking news like the paid services. You know, that Benzinga, whatever they charge a month, things like that. It's not. It's never ever going to be that. I do use it in the pre-market because usually when I click on it, it's just a matter of knowing that it's an earnings play, or there's usually you can see the news in the pre-market. But if it's some lightning fast news release, it almost for sure won't be here. Okay, Aja, I know you mentioned this ADT before, so I did notice it did show up on my option scanner at 1037, getting involved in solar. So, again, though, let's see, when you look left on the weekly chart, it has some room, 1082. The alert was at 1038, though, so I'm just going to stick an alert up in that area and see. I don't want to see that. I want to see if it takes it out again. It's not a low float, which is okay. The higher the float, as I said before, just means that generally speaking, you're not going to have the wild fluctuations, generally speaking. Yeah, you just have to create a top list, Joe. Do you know how to create a top list, or what we call a top list, a symbol list? It's like a watch list. Do you know how to do that? Wow, a lot of work. Are you kidding me? Are you just kidding me? Well, I mean, define a lot of work if you're taking this seriously. If you're taking trading seriously, in order to create a symbol list, it's not a lot of work. Okay. But, if you think that's a lot of work, then I guess I don't know what else to say. Because all you do is create the symbol list and then attach it to the alert window and then run your backtester on it. I mean, I don't see why that's a lot of work. If you wanted to, for instance, do something like this, take the major sectors. Okay, so let's just say, for argument's sake, you wanted to do the major sectors. So here's the energy sector as an example. All you do, you just highlight them all. Boom. Copy. So now they're all, and then you just copy them and then just put them into the symbol list. Okay. And then attach that symbol list. You give it a name. Probably you're going to call it if you were doing this one, XLE Energy. Give it a name and then just attach it. You'll see right up here, this is what I do. The work I have to do every night. I have a symbol list attached. I call it the best WL, okay? And so every night I do scanning and I get new symbols and I put them in here. I delete the old ones, put the new ones in, and then I attach it. See, when you right click on the alert window, configure, and go to symbol lists. And then this is a drop down menu. Typically, most people just want all symbols, but only the following lists as an example. You just click on that and check it. So it'll only look at that list as an example. To create a symbol list, here's a quick video. If you don't know how to do it. Ooh, man, yeah. I mean, if you didn't get out, you hear me say this all the time. You got to trade these, and when I say that, I don't mean you got to take the trade, but I mean, I had my alert set here, right, at 470. You all saw it. It popped up. That got me interested, but it was the volume. But of course, I traded this out. I mean, I can't let getting in around just under 15 and it popping up to 1665. I got to trade it out. I don't know if it's. I mean, look, it could come back, of course. But you see, look at the volume. You need some volume. You need volume. Look at the way the volume is just dwindled. Okay? Now, there's a lot of hype about this, $50, etc., etc. So I would not swing this. Not here. If it got back up to this level, near the highs, it's possible. But I'm not a big swing trader. I'm not a big swing trader. I don't think he had a stop. He couldn't have had a stop. The other thing is that you cannot, something that has this sort of action, you cannot wander away from your computer. I know I say that all the time. Oh yeah, but that doesn't stop you from manually getting out of a trade. If you're talking about putting in an auto stop, I mean that I find very strange anyway. If you can't do that, but that shouldn't prevent you from, of course, manually getting out of the trade. Okay, well. Who's your broker that doesn't let you? Now, the thing is, that was moving so quickly. I mean, in a situation like this, you could have had a stop. Let's just say, for argument's sake, you put a stop at 1555. That was moving so quickly, it could have blown right through your stop. So let's make up a number. You had 500 shares and you put an auto stop, even if you're saying you can't, but let's say if you could, I'd say 1555. If a stock is moving so quickly, you may not get out of all your shares. Okay, I mean, if a stock is really moving quickly, maybe at that price you could only get out 100 or 200 or 50 or none. That's why, I would never ever just rely on an auto. If I'm in something that is this volatile, I would never be. First of all, I wouldn't put an auto stop in, because the only time I would ever put an auto stop in personally is if for some reason I have to wander away from my computer and I don't want to get out of the trade. That's about the only time. Most of the time I'm managing everything in a manual way. Just because I'm not in, very rarely am I in more than 2 trades at a time. So I can keep a close eye on things. Yeah, there is the surge again. Now, is it on volume though? Is it on volume? A little bit, but what time is it now? 1:19. So that candle has another about 10 minutes to close. So that candle. Let's see if the volume continues. You need volume for this thing. I don't know what the best option scanner is for bullish positions, Kevin. I mean, I use this one. This is one I'm sharing, moving higher with unusually strong option volume. I don't know if it's the best one. It's one of the ones I'm sharing. Yesterday was incredible. Today, not as much, not with the market chopping around. So if you wanted that scanner, you just have to go to my homepage and go to the scan section. And it's called something like moving higher with abnormal option activity. Now, whether that's the best, I like it. See, guys, look at the non-volume so far in the surge. See, I mean, yeah, a little bit of a volume burst there, but right now it's just not continuing. I mean, look, it's traded 43 million, 2.5 million in the float. So I mean, that's a tremendous float turnover, 17. But it's just that it's just not. You just need more and more volume to push it through these highs. I think if it pushes it through the highs, it could do something for sure. Very disappointed in the LiDAR. Very disappointed. I was actually thinking of swinging that one. On that move there, I thought, okay, now we're really going. Has earnings, not that that matters, but I would never hold through earnings, ever. Yeah, just write that one down, guys. I mean, Real has mentioned that many times. Don't take a long on a red candle. Don't take a short on a green candle. Yeah, there's the Pet V. Oh, nice pop. Actually, look at the volume. Look at the volume coming into Pet V. Now, you will see, it depends on the time frame, of course. Some in the room, like Real and Zach and William, will look at these. I think this is presenting a potential short opportunity, but not, I don't think, right now on that green candle. Now, it might be too late. At me, okay? Yeah, you never know. You're right. You never know. Low float, 3.75. China stock. Don't see any specific reason for it. Okay, guys, let's see. So this was an IPO back here. My goodness, I remember this now. I remember this one. I think this is, remember I was talking about China IPO? I think this is one of them. Because it doesn't have many shares out. And look what it did. I don't know what day that was. If it was well, I'd have to back it out. Don't know if our daily goes back that far. I think this is the first day, and it got up to 40, and then the next day it got up to 107, something like that. Okay. And there was one other one. I think they came out. One came out one day, and then the other one came out the following day, and they both did. I think this was the dramatic one, but the other one did something very crazy too. And so that's what I'm talking about with the SOPA. TIRA, I think you're right. I think you are right. You can always tell by a chart. Yeah, T-Rex was the other. Maybe this was the better one. I don't know. But they were both crazy. Both China stocks, and I think one after the other. One like on consecutive days. That's the word I was looking for. Consecutive days. Now you imagine chasing this thing up here at $102, and even the following month, I got up to 98. Think, okay, I'm okay. And then down to 3. But of course, nobody in this room would do that because we all have stops. So the SOPA, oh man. Well, guys, if I do anything in the SOPA, I'm not even going to say anything. But I mean, I just want to see how this ends up trading today. Yeah, I was going to say that about the 1 minute chart. I mean, I total reservations about anybody using a 1 minute chart, but as always, I never say don't. If a person can make money using whatever time frame they like, go for it. I've had people ask me about, do we have 15-second charts, 30-second charts? I mean, I shake my head at that, but hey, if you can make money doing it, I'd never say don't. Pie. I used to be able to recite it to about 20 digits, which is nothing, I know, but yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the easy part. 3.1417. This is so many years ago. Leon, when did you try to trade that? What was that at the beginning, or like when were you trying to do that? Was that at the market open? Because I know there were issues. Oh, 10 o'clock. Well, I have no answer for that. I don't have E-Trade. So William has E-Trade. I don't know. 9 seconds or 10 seconds, that seems like a lot. Well, in fact, that's insane if it's a market order. I'd be firing my broker. Well, Leon said he had a large loss today because E-Trade took 9 seconds to fill a market order. Their answer was that's a normal fill. That seems ridiculous in this day and age. On a market order, it should be virtually instant. We do know, we do know that if you try to trade E-Trade in the first minute, yes, you can connect. You can connect E-Trade here, but we do know that if you try to trade in the first minute, especially auto trading, it won't work. You'll be swamped. They'll be swamped with orders, and nothing will happen. Yeah, the Morgan Stanley. I don't know where they are with E-Trade. I mean, that was the big news. That's about over a year ago, just before the pandemic, I guess. I think in January of 2020. Okay, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. I haven't had any new alerts for a while. Well, you got to learn how to get some patience in because the last thing you want to start doing, especially as a new trader, is get antsy because you're not in a trade. And I know you're saying you're a gambler, so yeah, I understand the action and all, but you got to let the trades come to you. You can't invent them. Well, Padland. What? No, 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 no. All right. You know what? The AGC, I have to stick an alert over 15 and see if it takes that out a little bit later. See if it takes that out a little bit later, AGC. On volume, I might get it rocking again. But you're not a neutral. Okay, I see. Okay, you're just pulling everybody's leg. Yeah, I've never traded Tesla. Let's take a look at it though. You guys have been talking about it incessantly. So let's take a look at Tesla. Hmm. Bad week. Man, I'm getting. Yeah, man, make sure my sound toggle. I hadn't toggled it off. No new alerts. All right. Well, this is just sort of inching its way up. It had an upgrade this morning. VFF had an upgrade this morning. It got all the way down to 836, popped all the way back up here. And let's see, when you look left, 910, 940. So it's got a little bit of room. 942 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Came in the option scanner at 909. I just don't know if it's going to have any, just doesn't look like it's going to have any enthusiasm built in here right now. I mean, there's no volume. Volume has just drifted off. Now, we get some volume, it pops it through. I mean, anything could happen, of course. That's not a terrible spread, for a stock. Right now it's about 30. That's not a terrible spread for a stock that's like this. That could easily, can move $4 or $5 like that. I'm not saying, to take the trade. Now the spread got a little bit crazy. Now we're talking, 70, 80, 90 cents. But Oh, I can't answer that, Doug. I have no idea. If a stock has gone up a lot of times we see very often stocks that go up 10% or more in the pre-market, they just keep surging, depending on the type of news, if it's an earnings play or there's just some news. But there's no sign, there's, I can't say that, a stock that goes up 10% in the pre-market, 80% of the time it drops once the market opens. I just don't know. I don't, I haven't analyzed it quite like that. A lot of times we see stocks moving higher in the pre-market and then they were dropping in the pre-market. And then, but you could always see something. You could always take a top list window and check the ones that are up at least 10%. Freeze your top list window at 929. So you'll get the ones that are say 10% and up, and then track them for a few days to see if they drift down. That's a way you can do it, just to see yourself. I have no answer for that. How I would track it though is only track the ones that are still relatively near their pre-market high. You don't want to track one that is up. Say, let's say for instance, is the one that I shorted, IMTX. Okay. So I mean, look at the pre-market action. It got up to 17, and then it dropped. So, and even here it was probably up over 10%. But I wouldn't want to track that one. I'd want to track the ones that are still near the pre-market high and then see what they do. Yeah, catapult is catapulting. Yes, KPLT. And you know what I mean by freezing it, Douglas? Because with topless windows, okay, okay, yeah, with topless windows you can freeze. Okay, so I'm starting to get some. Yeah, look at the EVGO. I mean, somebody asked me what I thought about it, and I know the reason they asked because they look at the press release this morning, and they think, well, why is this dropping? You know? Oh, geez, I was in this short, guys. I'm not in anymore. The JBI. Why is it dropping? Well, more sellers than buyers. But seriously, I mean, people, you can get really. I always call it like this: seduced by the news. You see the news and you think, my goodness, partnership with General Motors. How can this not just keep going higher? I mean, it's still up 10%, but there's profit taking. Remember where it was yesterday before the market? It was a $10 stock. So 17. So it's either profit taking or the overall EV market is just sold off today. That's easy, Kevin. Yeah. So the position in days range filter is how you would do that. Yeah. So the position, if you right click, search and type in position. Okay, or it's just right here. So the position and range, that one where it says daily. So if you add the filter, if you wanted to see stocks that were right near the high of the day, but not at the high of the day, so you could put something like, as an example, if you put 98 in the max and say 95 in the min, then you will see stocks within 2 to 5% of the high of the day. Okay, stocks that have dropped 80%, you put 20 here in the max. Okay? So they're just 20% above the day's high, which is 80% below the day's low. They'd be 20% above the day's low, or conversely, 80% below the day's high. Yeah, our position and range filters are awesome. No, not just that range, but all, the 10 or the 20 and the month and the year, 3 months, 2 years, lifetime. At a glance, you can really get a picture of what's happening. So for instance, you look at EVGO, 3.1%, it's just 3% above the low of the day. And yet, 3 month, it's above the 3 month high, above the 20-day high, above the 5-day high, but it's only 3% above today's high, or low, sorry. And you can just see. No, a new high won't. No, but he's wanting to see stocks that are near the highs or near the lows, near them, not at them. This surge is hilarious, guys. I mean, listen, if it gets some traction over 4 with some volume, it could easily go. I mean, it's a great base now. All of a sudden, if you get some volume coming in, exactly, Kevin. Yes, you can combine those position and ranges, to give you the type of look. For instance, if you're looking for stocks near the bottom of the year, so you could say, well, okay, I want stocks near the low of the year, but but at the high of the 20-day range. So in other words, stocks that are still beaten up over the course of the year, but maybe starting to come back. Just for you, severe. Is it severe rippage? No. Need a big candle. This is good daily. This is, well, obviously it's up 40%. So that is severe rippage. Yes, severe rippage for me means a big daily candle, or sorry, a big 5-minute candle or a 2-minute candle. Okay, Monita, just give me a moment. Well, guys, the AGC is getting interesting again. So, Ara, I don't know if you're still in it. You're trying to hold on and maybe get back to your break even at least. He's been around a long time, Mr. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Feuerstein? Adam. Been around a long, long time. All right, guys. Moment of truth right now for AGC. How well it holds this 15. I mean, there's the volume. You got the volume on the 2, a little bit of volume on the 5. You can't quite see it. The volume is building, of course, on the 15. There's still 10 minutes for this candle to close. But look what happened. Broke down below 15 again. Now, Era, be honest with us. Did you say that if it got to yourself, oh, please, if it gets back to where I bought it, I promise I'll get out of it? That's right. We've all done it. What's your price? What's your price? No. Where did you where did you get in? What price? What was your entry? 1532. Okay, you're not that far away. All right. We are going to just stick an alert right here. We're going to try to induce it upwards for ARA. Put a little alert at 1532 and see if we can induce it upwards for you. And then after that, you are going to write 100 times, "Thou shalt not take a trade without a stop." All right, guys, it is Tuesday, so today there is a marketing meeting at noon, 2, which I will attend, so I'll be on mute in a little bit. Well, we do actually. Okay, you can try this, Pete. Okay, if you, assuming you're on at least one of the later builds, if you click on New and then Market Explorer, okay, and then right click and Server Window and the 820 cross on gappers. Now, what I'm finding is you're getting too many alerts. Okay, but this is the 820 cross, but just too many alerts. And I just can't, and I don't have a sound alert on this, so I can't really tell. But you can try that. So, and if you're talking about method to predict if it's going to happen ahead of time, no. I mean, a lot of times what we're seeing, when you click on an alert, if you have the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA on your charts, you can kind of see, okay, we might have a convergence soon. Well, the beta is stable, but, and there's the big but, it's slower. I mean, so it depends your definition of stable. The charts, I mean, I'm okay with it. I'm okay. I mean, you saw me click on this, the chart loaded. It takes maybe a second or two longer, but other than that, it is stable. Stable in that it's not going to you're not going to get booted out or anything. There are no bugs. This is not a bug. They're just really trying to figure out how to increase the speed of the charts. Oh man, I was in this JBI short. I was in this JBI short at during my lunch break, and then I started in this little pop. I got out for about a 10-cent gain. Okay, D88. If you need the latest beta, okay. So if you click on new, well, let me ask you this: if you click on new, do you see something that is called Market Explorer (TIQ)? Then you'll know you're on the latest one. Okay, and then you click on that, and there are some strategies that Michael has been building. The 820 cross on gappers. Okay, yeah, so you're going to have to. There are some other. These are a little bit. I would say this is really the only intraday one, but I haven't even looked at these other ones. To be honest. So oh no, I share. If you just go to my homepage. I mean, they're mine, but I mean, I'm I'm sharing them if that's what you mean. I just put the link in. Okay, yeah, just go to my homepage and go to the scan section. The scan section right here, and here they are. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'll be on mute. Oh, Becca, you have fallen down on the job, and here I made you a mod. You didn't tell me to get rid of this on the break. Well, you're only an hour late. All right, guys, I'm putting myself on mute right now. All right, everybody, I'm now back and just in time to shut it down. Seriously, that long meetings now. Um, that surge, guys, was hideous. I have to tell you, it was hideous. I made 4 cents on that one. Surge was just a hideous. I'm just looking at my buy and my sell on Surge. That was hideous. I mean, you know what? The volume came in. It looked pretty good, and then it just. I mean, it got up to what 420 odd, and then you know what? It just started to sell off like awful. I mean, I don't know. I really thought this was going to be it. I really thought that getting up to that 420 mark, the volume was starting to pick up, but just goes to show, no matter what you think, it doesn't mean it has to happen. Man, I'm just looking. I literally made about 4 cents on that trade, and I was doing this while I was just starting it when I was in that meeting. So. Yeah, welcome back. Goodbye, Joe. I have no idea what you mean. You're going to tune into 8 o'clock Eastern for Michael. Why and where? If you were still in the room, no idea what you mean. Don't forget to remove. I was waiting for you to tell me that. I wasn't going. I wanted to see if you're shirking your duties again, but no, you came through this time, Becca. There we go. 2 for 3. Well, that'll get you into the Hall of Fame in baseball. Yeah, you guys were talking about IPOF, so they made the news. Well, I still think the surge. I mean, you know, what attracted me to it was, you know, looking left. I mean, I'm still not going to change that way of thinking, but looking left when it got above that 373 earlier in the day, you know, and you look left, it's got a ton of room, but just didn't happen. Um, I'm looking at my scan too. I see. I didn't even realize KPL. I'm talking about the option scanner, the KPLT. Well, it finally did give it up. PVG 1437. What did it do? Not a great day for it. I mean, not bad right here. 1447. CEAH, is that is a SPAC, isn't it? 1121. So not a great day. I mean, yesterday was a sensational day for the option scanner. Just not a it's not a great day for it today. Yalla is in there at 938. So what did it do? No. No, see, I mean, yeah, not a great day. Choppy day in the SPY, but you know, I don't want to use that as an excuse because we've seen many days where the SPY has chopped around, and for whatever reason, the option scanner has been sensational. Just one of those days. Now, PJ, was that you? That wasn't you way back when. There was somebody else who was in the room. He used to go yalla, yalla, yalla all the time. Can't remember who it was. That wasn't you, though. Every day it was yalla, yalla, yalla. It was hilarious. And it was good. I mean, it was good. It was in these days here. You know, look what it did. Got all the way up to 42. Is BKKT, let's see. Well, let's see if it is. If you can tell from the... Yeah, so I think it was more with, well, I guess you could call it cryptos, but NFT? I don't know. I can't tell anymore. Digital asset marketplace. Buy, sell, store, spend digital assets. I don't know where the line blurs anymore between NFT and crypto. Without crypto or without being able to encrypt an NFT, you don't have NFTs. So I don't know. Well, yeah, because I thought it was something to do with Africa. Yeah, here we go. Oh, okay, Dubai. I thought it had, yeah, it's something to do. I remember him. I guess he's just not in the room anymore. JMIA definitely was Africa. Yeah, I do remember that. But I thought the Yalla, 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 Yalla. It was hilarious every day, but it was every day. There you go. Thank you, Jado. I knew it was Africa. I'm still kind of keeping an eye on the SOPA, SOPA. See if it holds 30 at least. I'm very interested to see if it has one more day in it. Posh push. Haven't seen Posh for a while. All right, guys. Well, not quite as exciting a day as yesterday. Yesterday it was bizarre because we had crypto, we had EV, we had cannabis, and we had infrastructure. So we had just a a massive day with a lot of different sectors. Not so much today. Yeah, even the VFF. I'm just looking now. I mean, I guess if you just had the patience, VFF from my option scanner, VFF 909 on the alert. Just needed some patience and I it all depends on how it closes. I mean, it could be, I suppose, but it's been like moribund for a long, 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 long time now. I know this is one of Chamath's. There's a 200-day, above it. I don't know if that's going to mean that much, but there is a 200-day moving average right above it. My guess is more on the SOPA. If it gets back up to that 37 mark, I'll be very interested to see what happens with that SOPA after hours or tomorrow. But you know, there is a 200-day. It's sitting right up there. You can see that green line. It's right there. All right, everybody. I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll shut her down now. Well, thanks for all the help, as usual. And I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Hope to see you then. Bye-bye.